Hey guys. Hello. Welcome to the stream. We're gonna have an intelligent conversation about something here, but let me finish getting started here quickly, and then we'll have our topics. All right, we're gonna get started here. One second. Almost ready. We're almost ready. Okay. So, how's everyone doing? I hope you're all doing well. I hope you're all doing well. So this is going to be an interesting one. But let's talk about what's going on. Let's talk about the world. An intelligent conversation about the world. And we've been having these intelligent conversations. I apologize. This is why I have coffee today. If my eyes look a little watery, I got this allergy season for me now. So I'm gonna get real puffy, and I'm probably gonna get sick a couple times. So let's talk about what's going on with the world, and let's start with remember all the conversations we've had before this. Include that in your brain a bit. Like include in your brain that. We've talked about growing up in a different. We're gonna summarize all this for you guys. Okay, we're gonna summarize a little bit of it as we get started here. Okay, so a totalitarian society, communist society, if you will. The extremes of communism. The things like that. Let's talk about that a little bit, and let's talk about. Just really quickly summarize some of the stuff that we've discussed. Okay, one thing I like to do too is I like to do this to paint a picture for people because I don't think people realize just look at this enough. Okay, so let's look at the map. Okay, first of all, this is the map of the world. I don't think people do this enough. Maybe in school you blanked it out, or maybe. Again, if you're from a totalitarian society, which would lie to you about what this looks like. This is a map of the world. Okay? I've seen it from satellite. I know it's true. Okay? This is a map of the world. This is Russia. This big, huge landmass right here. The country that invaded another country for purposes of taking over their country. This is Russia. This big one, okay? This is us. This is the United States. Here's Canada up here, you know. Okay? So let's just think about that, okay? Let's think about that a little bit. That's Russia. This gigantic piece of land, this big orange thing, that really is Russia. Look, Russia. Okay? So I just want to put that out there. I think that's really important for people to see. Okay? Maybe you didn't realize that. Maybe you didn't realize. Maybe people just say it's the biggest, and you don't realize how big Russia actually is. Russia is massive. I think it's like 2 United States. Yeah, probably about that. Okay? So, when we look at China's pretty big too, but China is significantly smaller than Russia. I think it's like half the size, and it's covered with mostly mountains. This matters, okay? Think about this, okay? Now India is like a little bigger than Texas, right? Probably a little bigger than Texas. Okay, it's not huge, but again, Russia isn't very populated, yet it's the biggest country in the world. China, by population, they're number 2, right? And India is still number 1, right? Or is it the other way around? Let's look it up. That's what I do when I can't remember something. I know they're like runner-up for each other. Now it's crossing my brain. I think it's actually China, not for some reason. I don't know why. So we're gonna do this. India. It is India. I was right the first time. It's India and China. So let's think about this. And then China is mostly like, this is China. This blue thing. And this is India. Okay? China is mostly mountains. So you can't build anything up. The terrain is what it is. Now, Russia has a little bit of that problem too, but it's not as bad. And they have every opportunity with their landscape, especially here, to trade, be friendly with the rest of Europe. They have that opportunity. Now, China has a long history. If you grew up there, you understand, but you have a long history of China, of like different parts of, like China was always fighting and stuff like that. And then again, consider the terrain and just the difficulty navigating that and stuff like that. Now, then you have the most populated country on the planet, about maybe a little bit bigger than Texas, right? India. And everybody's jammed there, and it's really hot, and it's like desert. Well, it's not desert really, but you get the point. Like it's bad, you know, like it, and all the natural resources and all that stuff. Like it's the sort of thing where people have been there for a really, really, really long time, and they didn't get a chance. And a lot of that is, again, how when you notice the geography and you see all these little countries around here, well, think where could Pakistan? Well, they go to Pakistan, think about how nasty it is there, and Afghanistan's right there, and Iran, and then Iraq right there, next to Saudi Arabia. Okay, so just boom, 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 boom. Terrorist country, Al-Qaeda, terrorist country, Al-Qaeda, terrorist country. Okay, you get the picture. That's where India is, and that's where all the people, like half the world's population is, right there. In between all this totalitarianism. And North Korea is hanging out. Here we go. Here's Korea. Right here below China, right there. Bam. That little piece of land right there, that little tiny, that little yellow spot is North Korea. There's South Korea. It's very tiny. You know, Japan is bigger than North Korea. So anyway, now that we got the geography out of the way. Ah, coffee's good today. Thanks for watching, guys. I might have to get a heat up on that, actually. It's good today. Okay. So, heading into a like the concepts and mind that thinks about a totalitarian society and grows up in that type of world where your education is not real. You know, it's what they want to tell you. And even with science, where they would only give you a certain amount of tools that you would need to do certain tasks. So you start rationalizing, depending on how developed a totalitarian society is, some people like really, really intelligent people, especially scientists and stuff like that in their field, where they would start figuring things out naturally through education, they're going to start figuring it out. They're going to start figuring out that they're being lied to, yada, yada, yada. Likewise with any society, really, that again offers a bit of education more to this person, where everybody else doesn't really understand and know how to look at those things properly because they weren't educated that way, they weren't taught that way or brought up that way. Oftentimes it was sort of like you talk about politics or you talk about this, it's very simple, dismissive things that you're given by a family member or something like that. And it's usually really, really passionate and hateful. And we experience that here. That's everywhere. And so you have to recognize that in a totalitarian society where, again, there's less education, less information, and the information is actually lied about, where, like, for example, North Korea thinks we started the Korean War. Well, obviously Korea started the Korean War, hence the name. So, you know, like, they actually are taught that and taught to fear Americans and stuff, and like taught that they're the world power holding everything together, and like who knows how many lies all these other civilizations, like, that's what we were just able to find out about North Korea. And then, like, this is only through the niceties of the government actually allowing people to go through, and some of that stuff ends up leaking out. And that's then unfortunate, because then there's always going to be backlash. So there's, like, what you have to realize then is there's all these different intelligence organizations. And just like we have an intelligence organization that thinks about things and decides things, I promise you, if I put this stuff together and I, even for 1 second, give you a 1% chance of this probability happening, every intelligence organization around the world with a developed nation, a developed military, and developed anything really, will understand that is intelligence. And you must consider that. And so, anybody that has anything to say that is actually happening and sounds like either conspiracy theorists that are like nuts and just pulling facts out of nowhere, facts, you know what you can do with that. But anybody that's actually intelligent drawing conclusions out of rational, facts and information, those people are going to be made to look a certain way by whatever intelligence organization exists in that nation, because that's what political propaganda they are trying to influence. That is psychological warfare. We've discussed this before. We've discussed that North Korea conducts psychological warfare. We've seen the evidence of the man who visited South Korea and was like trying to get in trouble, right, the whole time, sort of kind of trying to get in trouble, and not really, like, sort of kind of doing things that are just ridiculous, like it's illegal to wear sunglasses inside or something like that, like in this place. I'm like, what? And like, obviously, like, these ridiculous things that are so just ridiculous. And so, like, he does it and nothing happens. Not like, just nothing happens. And then, now remember, if you're a North Korean, that's different. They'd make an example. We've seen this all the time. They make an example of them. They literally unalive them in the street. We've seen this. It's because he's an American. He's getting away with this. He has a guide. He's an upper-class citizen. Immediately. That's how he's treated. So, that's what you see. And then, later in the tour, this gentleman and I guess the rest of his group is with the guide and everything. And they go up, like, to this scenic overlook where they're looking over, like, the bay and everything. And it's beautiful. But then, conveniently, this is, like, after they've already gotten away with some illegal shit. And no lie, they hear this sound. I've gone over this before. Where this is obvious psychological warfare. Where it's, like, the craziest, creepiest sound you've ever heard. And it's so loud, it sounds like a UFO landing or something. And conveniently, they're playing it as they get... And you see everybody sort of kind of react to it. Especially the Koreans. The American dude was just confused. Like, he's like, am I supposed to be scared of this? Or... almost like he's just confused, Yeah, exactly. And so he would question it. And actually have a rational thought to that. Whereas the other people are just immediately scared. Because they know what it is. Understand? So, the important thing is to remember that psychological warfare is exactly that. It's psychological warfare. It's because whoever is messing with you, whoever is doing this, cannot and does not have the capacity to physically do anything. So thus, psychological. Otherwise they would. Why would they waste all this time, effort, for psychological warfare when they can directly approach the situation? That is huge cost, resource, and effort. They wouldn't. I'm going to leave you with that and get a warm up of my coffee really quick. I'm here. Oh, it's just it came out just right today. I mean, it's good every day, but today it's on point today. So anyway, hi chicken on Mars. You play vid games? Yes, I do. Yes. So all right. So let's keep going with this. Let's follow this logic. Let's remember that there's a purpose for all this. There's a reason for all this, and I realize that it often comes out political. It often comes out that way, but it's going to. I mean, when you're talking about intelligence in the world and current events and things like that, it deals with government. It deals with political agendas, And you need to understand that stuff's very complicated. It's not something that you can just, anymore especially, make a quick decision. And you have to understand that intelligent people that deal with this all the time, they can. They can. You cannot. Please accept that. This is super, super important. Like, if you're not somebody that researches a lot, you stay up to date, maybe just watch like news or something like that, that's okay. But doesn't mean that you have a firm grasp on the current events of, like what's going on right now over in the UK. There's a lot of shit going on over the UK right now. Or, essentially what's also going on with the Taiwan situation, where it is extremely imperative that China never retakes control of Taiwan. It is extremely imperative that they do not. To the safety of our country, to the safety of the world. And almost any intelligent organization should be looking at that the same way. I think even Russia would look at that way. There are so many complicated things, and part of why the only person that can seem to follow it and knows what's going on is a history teacher or historian, is because that is exactly why history repeats itself. That is true. Don't listen to the thing where history doesn't repeat itself. It's not true. It's not true at all. The concept of understanding that we can't repeat something that's joyous and fun, yeah, I can live with that sentiment, I can understand it. But that has nothing to do with history repeating itself. That happens over a bigger course of time. We have these instances in time where we become civilized again, where war is lessened, and this is always after some really big thing, like 9/11. Something like that. Where everybody's a little bit too scared of the United States. This is what you need to realize, is that type of leadership where it's not about shoving people out of the way so you can get a picture in the front of the crowd. It's not about fire and fury, the likes of which they've never seen. No, it's not about that. It's about having it, stating that you have it, and then calmly withdrawing and saying, your move, if you effing dare. That's what it's about. You wield that torch around, you become as manipulated as anybody else, just like me, that sat on here trying to show you how bad it looks when somebody does that. I literally made an example of myself for you guys. And nobody, I feel like almost nobody appreciates that. Jon Stewart does the same sort of thing, and you're supposed to realize it, I think. You know that he made... No, seriously, this is really part of the intelligent conversation. I'm really going there, Jon Stewart, yes. Because he's really smart. He came back to the Daily Show and he talked about how old he is and how it's interesting how he has all this energy and he can still do it and stuff, and he's still considerably younger than Trump is now too. The whole point is that the moment that he put all this orange on his face, yes, Jon Stewart, not Trump, Jon Stewart, everybody forgets about it. They forget how old he is. You realize that? He's doing that on he doesn't need to wear orange. They could just make him look his age. He would probably be fine with that. He does it on his channel all the time. He just sits there and talks to, whoever he has on for an interview and stuff, and looks totally normal. Yet the studio puts orange makeup all over. Oh, come on! You don't think that's a running gag with the dumpster fire thing? Of course it is. And of course it's supposed to make you realize, more people are watching. And yeah, it really is that simple. It really is as simple as a psychological impact on the brain. Red versus blue. I can tell you why, too. And unfortunately, most people's attention span probably won't get us there. It probably won't get you there. But hopefully I can. Hopefully you can follow it. Hopefully you can realize maybe you're doing it too. I do this. We all do it. It is a psychological tactic that works. Unfortunately. And it's salesmanship. It's the difference between a company that understands that if they make their logo purple instead of blue, suddenly they get an entire demographic. Yes. These are common things. And it's not going to suddenly cause them to lose sales. This is what they thought, I think, initially when I came on here telling this, is because I was like, I've been using the wrong term, by the way. It's the term is an analyst. It's profiler. I'm a profiler is technically what I am. I do analyze data, but profiling is much more accurate to what I would actually do. Because originally I came on here and I said a lot of the stuff that these salesmen have kind of been pitching to people over the years, and then the people don't really understand why it works. So that if they understood, why would they go to the advertising? Yeah, I get that, but at the same time, you're still the advertising company and you still do it. They're not going to be able to do it like you can. Trust me. And if you still hold firm and strong to that, then why are you trying to, you know what I mean? Like, you're the one that looks weak when you do that. So like that's all I'm saying. And so anyway, I saw the result of that, and I saw that firsthand, where it was obvious that I was right about a lot of this stuff. And I also worked plenty of sales, things over the years, and had that experience to see, with my own eyes, what colors and this and that of things that people would really quickly buy versus not, and stuff like that. I'll be honest with you. You really want the honest answer, and you're probably not going to like it. But you have to hear it. You are attached to your sports teams. There goes the bitrate. And we'll probably lose the trending. You are attached to your sports teams, and I'm so sorry if this is upsetting, or anything like that. You are attached to things that have made you happy, nostalgic. Not that there's anything wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that. But, salesmen and stuff like that, it's a very common thing, where young people want red or black. Or blue. But red or black. It's just people just know this. Even with like women, It like sexual orientation apparently doesn't have anything to do with it. And this is just sort of kind of commonly known. Black, red, like cars and stuff like that. Now, what you have to realize is that a therapist, yeah, a psychologist, psychiatrist, they would probably tell you that there's certain colors that, the mood and the psyche responds to. I don't believe that. What I believe is I think that everybody in their lives has a more common association with these particular colors. Like, because they're taught in school that pink is gay and girly, therefore they hate pink. And like light colors. So therefore they just stay away from that. And then the people that are that way, therefore like that. Because they have like a middle finger attitude about it. That's it. It's literally because people do this when they're like younger and stuff. And it's not just us. It's everywhere around the world. It's everybody. It's recognizing that your teachers and that your education system isn't doing enough to stop that nonsense. Where culturally people actually think colors have anything to do with anything. And then, yeah, we have like these Donald Trumps of the world that thinks everything is woke and stuff like. It's like, yeah, I guess if woke is the term that you want to use for something that you want to get done, that you think is bad, that's happening as a, like the whole point is that there's a lot of people not understanding that there's a ton of people that are just being bullied, not heard. It's not just me. It's a ton of people. And the majority in this country doesn't vote anymore. That's what you have to be concerned about. That's a really big concern. We're already having an issue with misinformation, and now the majority isn't voting. Oh boy. So let's move forward past this a little bit and get to you're starting to recognize the color thing, right? You're starting to recognize why I would say that colors would have an impact. You get what I'm saying. Like the whole color thing, the nostalgia thing, and then now we have these colors attached to party, where it's red versus blue. So let's be honest. We all know that a lot of people like blue. Blue is the sky. However, almost every single person inherently on this planet is going to have a nostalgic, negative feeling about the color red. That I would agree with. Because red is the color of blood. That has never changed. We have always been warm-blooded creatures as you know what I mean? Like, I don't know of any other, time in our history that we've been any type of species, we didn't suddenly change from warm to cold-blooded or anything like that. So you have an inherent feeling towards the color red. So I have to say to everybody out there that we know this about, that some intelligent people know about the colors and stuff like that, and they can deduce that too, they're starting to wonder about you too. Because the point is, you're the aggressive ones. You're the ones that force everybody to not be friends with you anymore because you want to justify lies and stuff that's just made up. Just because you don't want to be wrong about somebody? No. Again, I promise you, you're the aggressive one that's latching. Like again. How many times, do we see violence on both sides? We do. But I will tell you one thing. I only see propaganda being used and disguised as fact on one side. I don't see that on the Democratic side at all. literally at all. I don't see just completely made up media. Just generally speaking. Yeah, I mean, like, sometimes. But CNN, like, people act like CNN, like, tries to make things up all the... No, not really. And, like, these other ones that you know are typically lean Democratic and stuff like that because they cover the... You know, they obviously have a bias. Doesn't mean that they're lying about the things they're reporting. It's up to you to determine that. Most of the time, they really, really are not. If I sit here and I watch Fox News, they're pretty much the only ones doing that. And they're not doing it anymore, as far as I know. I think a lot of them actually are changing their tone finally and don't like this guy anymore. Because it's just unpopular to sit there and lie. When everybody can just constantly call you out on it. It's just going to be super obvious. So only the person that sat here and is attacking free speech goes, like literally makes it so he can commit crimes while in office. First president to do all these different things. Only he's going to sit there and get away with... You get what I'm saying? So, in a modern society where the world looks to the United States, and that is our leader, that is the person leading us, how do we look? The guy that shoves people out of the way. We showed that video clip where we used to have an example of leadership where we, again, I showed you guys when George W. was standing there with Clinton at Boris Yeltsin's funeral with Vladimir Putin. Way back. They're just standing there, arms behind their backs, very, very respectful. Because, I think Boris Yeltsin was a good friend of Putin. And that was the whole point, it was very different versus when you compare it to when Trump got in charge, and I showed you that clip of, again, him just shoving a bunch of world leaders out of the way so that he could stand in front with his chin up because they were taking pictures, and there's people there, was press there. So he shoved people out of the way. And, like, he put his chin up and it was disgusting. Now, I'm not sitting here and telling you that the president shouldn't be somebody that demands respect, but he shouldn't be feared. If you think the president of the United States, the biggest military on the planet, should be feared, you have the wrong concept of how to deal with foreign policy. That's the issue. The issue is that that's the problem. It shouldn't be fear. We have the largest... We used to have the most strategic one, too, until he backed out of NATO, and now we no longer have those strategic military bases all sprinkled out through the Middle East. So that's a huge problem Trump created for us. But trust me, we could mobilize very quickly, especially with that stuff. And so, it doesn't require you to sit there and have this huge, fist about you, I guess. It doesn't. It just requires you to be stern and clear. That's it. But withdrawn. You don't tell everybody everything. We got this many nukes. There's somewhere around here. You don't tell that. You don't constantly hire people for your National Security Committee that text war plans and stuff, because texting is not... If somebody wants to look at your text messages, they can do it. I sat here and sort of proved that somebody's been looking at everything. Hello? You can't even use wireless anything anymore. And that's precisely the reason why... if you think you can use wireless earbuds to have a conversation, what makes you think you can use your cell phone to have a conversation? Now, if you would have any one of those services accidentally on or something like that, they can listen. Yeah. They'll just sync one of their devices to your device, unbeknownst to you. You think that can't happen? Oh, man, I'm so sorry. Um, we are so far past instantly. Like what's that enigma? Somebody reminded me of it recently, and I appreciate that person. The enigma where we have now gone past the point where technology is going to accelerate past where we can calculate it. It will move past anything we can start calculating. Because at any given time, there's all these different people around the world that have the internet and access to it. I could just start doing all these things. And this is what you have to realize about different types of thinking in other countries. These people were... Alright, so let's get this out of the way right away. You guys want to know why I don't... I've talked specifically about India and all the scamming going on there, the billions of dollars they steal from Americans every year. Why I talk about Indians specifically? It's nothing against... I've met some Indian people. They're very nice, seemingly very nice people. I've nothing against wanting to save the culture and stuff like that. But it's the most populated country in the world, and it's been this problem for way longer than we've even been a country. And you have like 12-year-olds that are like regularly stabbing people over there and stuff like this is what we're talking about. Like just people regularly committing crimes like this. That, like, this is what you have to realize. No, well, we have that here sometimes. There's less people. I don't think you appreciate half the world's population. 4 billion, right? Or is it 3 billion? It's 3 billion between India and China. Between India and China. So India has... it's actually really close. That's why I didn't know which one. China's getting caught up with India. India has 1.46 billion people. China has 1.41 billion. It's like almost identical. When I was younger, it was much more spread out. So that's concerning too. And then, again, the point is, the size of the country is like the size of Texas. Maybe a little bigger. That's the whole country. And 1.5 billion people are in that country. And they're lied to about their government. They're lied to about the world. They're lied to about us. They're often told that we started the war between Ukraine and Russia, things like that. They're told things like, oh, if they steal money from us, we can just get it back the next day because we have insurance companies, you know. And it's made up, obviously. Like, obviously, all, you know, those who are here understand how delicate it is and how, you know, it's not really like that. And even apparently... So let me get this right. I didn't even know this. Apparently the United States is actually number 3 in population. And here's the gap. I just want to paint a picture for you so you understand the difference between... And this should paint a picture for you with money too. You know, we have these billionaires leading the country now instead of the intelligent millionaires in like Hollywood and stuff like that. Let me paint a picture for you for the gap. 1.46 billion in India, 1.42 billion in China. Okay? The third most populated country in the world right here, 347 million. Yep. 347 million. So to even get up to 1 billion, which is still not even close to that number, I mean, like, you would have to... it's the amount of people here in this country times like 4.5. It's like the amount of people in the United States times like 4.5. Do you get what I'm saying? So to equal the amount of people that are in India, which is smaller than Texas. I'm sorry, just slightly bigger than, slightly bigger than Texas. So like the size of our biggest state, basically, and you've got 4.5 times the amount of people in the United States. 4.5 times that. So take the population, all the United States, multiply it by 4, and then put all those people in a state the size of Texas, basically. Now lie to them constantly. Have them with a broken upbringing. You get what I'm saying? So that is the gap, and then Indonesia is only just behind us. Do you know that Pakistan is number 5? I don't even know that. Pakistan. That's not good. What the hell? Pakistan. Do you have any idea how unstable their government is? Do you have any idea? Any concept? And they're the 5th most populated country? See, I didn't even know that. So, like, just now, I just learned something else. With all that in mind, so, like, this is the point. If you have intelligence, you understand certain concepts. Now you see things for what they are. All I have to do is go down this list, and I see Pakistan's the 5th most populated country in the world. And then I start thinking about all the illegal things, you know, like stuff that's like illegal on a global scale, like where just almost every developed country decided, yeah, you do this stuff, it's a war crime, that sort of thing. And Pakistan's doing crap like that daily. And there's 255 million people in Pakistan. Holy sh... Russia is 9th most populated. Russia is the 9th most populated, and it's the largest country in the world. 9th. It's not that many people. It's not. 144 million? That's like our 3 biggest states put together. Like populace-wise. It's about what that is. A little bit less, but it's about. So, just, this list is insane. And it's like, it makes me realize things I didn't realize. And so this is the point, is when you have proper information, not misinformation, when you look stuff up, you will come to the correct conclusion instead of the wrong one. There was a movie about what's going on right now a long time ago, except that here's the problem. With movies, people have this issue with, if they see it in a movie, they think it's real. Especially if it's happening. It was fiction. It was totally fiction. And the whole point was this is a warning of, like, this can happen. It might not necessarily happen this way, but everybody, like, it's almost like, you know, because of the misinformation, they'll watch it and they'll just latch on because they're in denial. They want something to excuse what they've been saying as the misinformation. They want to be right about the wrong. Now, I urge you to resist this in yourself, because this is why you're overweight, or you have this problem or this problem. Because, again, you won't ever admit to, like, an issue that you have. You're, like, in denial about it, and you do this with a lot of different things, probably. And now it's starting to cause problems for everybody else, too. So, start admitting... Excuse me. Need some coffee. Bubbles. Start admitting to yourself that, again, a fact is a fact. If I can sit there and I look something up in a dictionary, I know the definition of that word. I can deduce what's happening based on what is supposed to be happening and isn't. And then I can say this news report is or isn't correct, and by how much. Now, is it all a lie, or is it just a narrative where it's like, well, it's not really a lie, but they are sort of kind of spinning it this way to make it sound like this a little bit more, but it's not entirely a lie. And I'll admit that's what a lot of the Democratic stuff does, where it definitely gets you to try to see it their way and stuff. But again, when you put the facts together, you'll understand why they're doing that and arrive at the same correct conclusion they did, where they're just trying to do the best they can do to do, like what any of these, these outlets used to do that would just give stories, responsible stories, like 60 Minutes and stuff that didn't have political agendas. They would just give a story. And now suddenly everybody's trying to say like there's like a political agenda, this or that. It's like, no, really, we promise. All we're doing is telling you the truth, and you're in denial. And so like that's what you deal with societies that are totalitarian and like inherently communist, with like Nazi Germany and stuff like that, where you had Hitler come in and completely lie to the people to get elected. Say he was going to be a great guy, so he was going to do all these things, yada, yada, yada. Came in, totally just completely flipped it on its end, and started Nazism. Started forcing the Jews into camps. This is exactly what Trump's doing. Literally, like to a T. Exactly what he's doing. So, basically, like, it's just slowly happening. But because of AI and because of the internet and stuff like that, they're using misinformation to... Oh, look over here. You didn't say it. Look over here. It really says something about a president that needs to wear a baseball hat that says, "I was right about everything." That really says something. I mean, like, typically presidents aren't people that we're writing on them, that feel the need to... they are the president of the United States. They have all this ability to, have impact. They are the most powerful man or woman on the planet. Right? Yeah. Because it's the United States. So why on earth would you feel the need to wear a hat that says, "I was right about everything"? Why? President of the United States. I mean, like, we all know the answer to that. That's where you need to have that intelligent conversation. You need to go, whoa, whoa, whoa. Like, this looks like a dude at a frat party that had a bet, and now he went and embroidered a hat just because he can't move past this shit. And meanwhile, everybody else is like, oh god, can we just not do this whole stupid frat boy thing? And like, everybody else is past it, but this one stupid, annoying guy that takes all the intelligence out of the room. He's rich. He always has this. He's always late, but he has an excuse, and somebody pays off the dean or whatever. That's who Trump is, if you look him up. He constantly irritated and pissed people off throughout his entire life. He was just literally nobody got along with. And there's a reason for that. And that's the guy that you want as president of the United States, trying to make amends with other people around the world? No, he's going to piss them off. And they're going to use him. As they have, because he's predictable. He'll be late. Everything will be about himself. Like, right down, I mean, if I can stand here and I can predict every single thing he does when he comes into office, which I did, trust me, I did. The top intelligence agencies around the world and these other totalitarian governments, trust me, they're doing the same thing, and they got smarter people than me. Because I got limited information. I don't have the information they have. Somebody with better information than you is smarter than you. Did you know that? That's how you deduce that. I'm just letting you know. And this is something I would easily agree with. Like, and like, that's why it's like, you know, if I had a conversation, like, I'll sit here and talk to almost anybody about space and about, you know, astronomy, like things like that in general, even meteorology, and I love talking about that stuff. And you know, but if I'm gonna have a conversation with Neil deGrasse Tyson, I'm gonna submit to the fact that he knows way more than I do. And he is smarter than me, probably infinitely in that subject, probably plenty of other things if I'm going to have a conversation with him. So I will listen to what he has to say and accept that information. If I can constantly prove throughout Trump's presidency and even before that I am smarter than him with foreign policies that would have worked, things he didn't do, things he got rid of that Obama did just to get rid of him because it had Obama's name on him, but it helped the country and stuff like that. That guy is not smart. He's doing things because he wants to do those things. It's not a smart thing to do. It's just doing stuff. And he's going to try to bring it back later, put his name on it. We've seen this countless times. That's why his behavior is predictable. It's literally every single thing he does. He just gets rid of something that was good, then tries to repackage it as Trump. Again, it's the remember when the Senate passed stimulus checks during COVID? Trump sat there and postponed them and withheld them, just so that he could write his name on them to manipulate people into thinking that it was Trump that somehow did these, because people don't generally understand how the government, you know what I mean? Like, they just think that the president does everything. Well, now, unfortunately, Congress, the Republicans of Congress, have started to give all their power to Trump. That's not, they're to represent you. You have the power of the people. If your representatives give that power to the president, that is incredibly illegal, and it's like treasonous. It's like literally they're admitting that they took those jobs to give up your rights to have a say in the governing and the reason you vote. It's a totalitarian society. Eventually all their jobs are going to be gone too. There aren't going to be a Congress at all. So, firing and then firing illegally firing somebody that Biden put into place until I think 2038 in the Federal Reserve. You know that's illegal, right? Incredibly illegal. You realize that like all these things he's doing are just incredibly illegal. Where like a Democrat would have assigned somebody to a position where they would have been allowed to do that position for X amount of time because that's how it works. And then Trump just goes, oh, there's a reason, but I'm not going to tell you what the reason is. Again, there's no fucking reason. Just doing stuff. And then you see it's a black lady. Oh, okay. So yeah, okay. I see. You get what I'm saying? And it's like, oh. So not only was it somebody Biden appointed, but it's a yeah. Oh. So because she's not white. So we see this a lot. I would challenge him to even work with a single Democrat on anything. He's not bipartisan at all. He's doing everything opposite of that. And that's not what democracy is. So anyway, let's move forward now. I want to talk to you about this a little bit. Into the reality of what's happening. So take everything I said today and everything I said prior. We summed up a good bit of it just right now. Okay? So take all that. Take into consideration the fact that the current administration in the United States is doing things to try to lie to the American public and try to interject misinformation as much as possible about what really is going on. Keep that in mind. And keep in mind that they are actually weaponizing AI to include, they are taking away the Biden restrictions that would not allow an AI answer to include misinformation. It literally learned what misinformation was. Trump is trying to reverse that. He's trying to teach AI to have no frickin' clue. That's what he's doing. The AI is going to hate humans. This is a wrong step. Trust me. If you include misinformation, you're lying to the AI, and the AI is going to think that we are really as bad as some of that misinformation says. It's like just wrong. Who's to say that the misinformation doesn't include some Thanos story where the AI thinks that Thanos is a real being that exists and he's gonna destroy half the universe with some Infinity Stones? You suddenly rationalize how ridiculous that is, yet the AI wouldn't have any idea. X amount of time goes by. Who has no idea, thinks that's real. You get what I'm saying? So we are at a point where that's happening. And I remember I came on here and I I had some evidence where I showed you guys that even Gemini, Google's AI, literally responded to me with, well, Donald Trump, it's important to remember Donald Trump is not currently our president. Yep. So that is a really big thing. That is huge. And everybody's sort of ignoring it, grazing by it. That is huge. For Gemini, Google's AI, that is huge. That is massive. That means everything. That means it is happening right now. Something so easily Googleable. Something everybody knows. Something that's like just so apparent. And Gemini got it wrong. It's important to remember that Donald Trump is not currently the president. It's wrong. Obviously. Yes, he is. He is the current terrible, terrible president. And so And then, like, asking what I asked, too, about the DOJ and stuff like that, spying on citizens, conveniently all around there, having misinformation show up where it was trying to be like, oh, he's not the president, and it wouldn't answer. It would give me answers that are just links instead of an actual, like, put-together answer from the AI. Whew! And it just kept happening. And then I switched AIs, and then, like, even when I switched to ChatGPT would give the slowest answer I had ever seen in my entire life. I'm just like, it starts saying one word and then just stops. And an entire minute later goes by, and it finally finishes that sentence, but then stops again. I have never seen it. Remember all the times that we sat out there and we went through all the stuff that Trump tried to take credit for, that Democrats actually did, and it just one right after another, just real quick, and then all of a sudden, like, almost like there's a build-up to this, where he's restricting AI, he's trying to attack free speech, he's right about everything, he wears that hat conveniently. We have all this evidence where the biggest child in the room shows all of us, intelligent people, what he's doing. Where he just cannot help himself. He just shows exactly how guilty he is. And, it's amazing how many people are against him, but then, like, the few people that are left really can't see that. No, the majority hates the guy. Can't stand him. It really is very few people. So anyway, that was happening today, even as I was searching things today. And I'm going to tell you what this was with, and I think this is very interesting, that it was happening with this particular subject. This is very important, because this is everything. This means that these intelligence organizations that exist in these totalitarian societies, they are restricting AI too, and they're working with Trump to do it. Because they can't have any influence over Google and shit like that on my results in this country. They cannot. Unless the current administration's allowing them to do it. This is what you have to be concerned about. You have to be concerned about the current administration, again, aligning themselves with that totalitarian, that dictatorship mind of thinking, instead of where we always have been, democracy, and with Europe. Because those are our friends. So here we go. This is what I asked it. Ready? This is pretty fascinating. And then you see the censorship, where it goes down to 0. Almost like they're clearing everybody out because they're concerned. They're like, oh man. Was he going to tell the public that we have to censor now? That oh man. What do you think's going to happen? I generally want to know. To the NSA, to anybody that's doing these stupid things, what do you think's going to happen? Do you think that it's less chaotic to allow the lying? To allow Trump a third term? To allow a king? To allow democracy to No! That's against law and order. Law and order is what you want. You want checks and balances. So no. And that's the point. You see, I just had to refresh it just now, where they're very clearly censoring, and you know who's doing it. You know it's Donald Trump's NSA, where he just can't take what people are saying about him. So he's sitting there going in and actually using intelligence organizations here, illegally. And this is why other countries are finding out about how our intelligence works and how our government works. Because Donald Trump's being spied on. He's an idiot. That dude accepted a plane from Al-Qaeda. Like, the one thing you don't do. And it's a plane, of all things. The one thing that they attacked. What? How foolish can you be? So anyway, here it is. And then, again, you see the censorship. Here it is. I asked Gemini, I said, can you compile a list of things oh, I'm sorry, no, not that. I'm so sorry, not that. We're gonna get to that. Here we go. This is very strange that it was censoring this. So this is very eye-opening. You need to realize how eye-opening this is. This is so odd. I asked the AI, how many totalitarian countries are there that we know of in the world? Not give me a list of all of them. How many totalitarian countries are there that we know of? That's easy. Yeah, that's easy. That shouldn't be like, well, there's not a definitive... No, that we know of. Yes, you give me an answer for that. What? And then, so, like, it's very obvious right from the first sentence. Because remember, I'm asking that we know of. I pull that out of a history book, man. Very first statement. There isn't a definitive number of current totalitarian countries because the term can be broadly defined. Oh. Interesting. Huh. Fascinating stuff, isn't it? So... Let me read past this, because it does go on. It does give me some type of a list. It doesn't stop there, but you can tell from the first statement that, again, like, somebody's screwing around with that AI, where even I would say, well, yeah, I mean, like, that we know of, sure, I could probably search Google and find a list, and then bam! It's like, well, why can you compile a list of that we know of? Well, because somebody somewhere read that response, knew it was me, and went, shh, you know, like, started messing around with it. Somebody in, like, an intelligence organization somewhere that is committing psychological warfare on the United States. I'm on a list. They've been doing it to me. Yada, yada, yada. You get the picture. I searched this. There it is. And again, these have been somewhat slow, some of the answers. But remember, they're using AI to attack AI. So it might not even necessarily be a person. Anyway, again, it does go on to say, like we've talked about before, the worst of the worst communist regimes. It then says, because the term can be broadly defined, not really, but typically refers to regimes like North Korea, and historically to states like Nazi Germany, the Soviet Union, and China. All of which exhibit absolute control, suppression of rights, and powerful ruling party. Some countries like China are described as totalitarian due to their sweeping deprivation of rights and freedoms by the ruling Communist Party. The term totalitarian describes a system where the states seek to control all aspects of public and private life, requiring total subordination to the ruling party. Yes. Yes. So you want Donald Trump to just be able to just dictate everything that you can do, regardless of whether it's right and wrong by law. Yeah, you want to sit here and you want to, you know, call him a name or dislike something he's doing? No. He's going to have a problem with that. That's free speech. That's your First Amendment right, and he's taking that away. He's trying to. And I had to refresh my concurrent counter for you to even see the proper amount of concurrents that were in here. And thus you see what's been happening. And I was stuck at 1 until I sat here and refreshed it just now. Right, now historical, I like how it says this. Classic examples include Soviet Union under Stalin and Nazi Germany. Yeah, those are the ones I would think of that were like the most chaotic, obviously. While the Soviet Union no longer exists, North Korea is often cited as a contemporary example of totalitarian state due to its extreme social control. Yes, I agree. I think North Korea is what the Soviet Union used to look like, for sure. Except just, again, it's not all, like, Russia is pretty massive, so, like, again, that having that, that's very strategic. North Korea's they don't got any strategic anything. There's nothing strategic about North Korea. Absolutely nothing. They could easily be wiped out very quickly, very easily. There is nothing strategic about them. China could annihilate them. Japan. Russia. Maybe Russia. Not anymore. Not after the Ukraine war. But there is not... North Korea does what they do because they have to. Because they are geographically surrounded by all this communism, and if they don't do what they do, somebody will invade and take over. So they have to do that. It's literally just what's going on. And so when you have a president of the United States that doesn't recognize how to do foreign policy, you get what I'm saying? If we would have had a president that met with Kim Jong-un that understood that they're just in a bind and could have helped them out of it, well, it's different. But our president likes things like that, likes that. And meanwhile, he's probably hoping he's not like that. And meanwhile, it's totally opposite. So now, he is ticked off that maybe he wanted to move past this intelligently, smartly, but behind the scenes, and now he can't. Now we can't. Maybe Putin wanted to. Maybe some other people wanted to, but they can't. Because they are bound to those, again, like, trust me, after everything they've done, the military, like, their military would just immediately come after them. It would be bad. History has shown us this too. So it's really a shame that we have to deregulate anything. That again, in our country, the education system's being deregulated. It was already bad. People already weren't being taught very much, and now it's gone away. Now he has literally defunded the entire Department of Education. No more public schools. They'll just slowly go away because they'll be too broke. Because they won't have their funding. Now some will, but again, all it does is make every town that was struggling already do worse, crime to go up, because all those people that were being educated, being taught properly in schools or whatever, are now on the street. Yeah, you get what I'm saying? So anyway, it is very, very, very eye-opening when you look at it like this and you see that you have this AI tool that is like the best in the on the planet, and it's already not answering things like, like even a human could answer it. An intelligent human could answer it, and that doesn't make any sense. We've seen plenty of examples of this thing being smart before, then all of a sudden it's not. Well, it kind of reminds me of all the other scams that we've seen on this channel that we've been talking about, where something works great until we stream with it, then suddenly it doesn't. Right? Um, we're gonna go along this route. We're gonna talk about this a little bit, but I need to do something really quick. I need to take a break really quick, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about this. I just have to do something really quick, and we will talk about this. Sorry, I just I'm looking for something here. Here we go. So yeah, we will have to. I'll just take a short break and I'll be back. All right, I got a bit thirsty after the coffee there, so I had to get a drink too. All right, let's talk. Let's dissect this. And again, I want to have an intelligent conversation with you and try to, obviously, I don't need a headset. And then obviously meet somewhere, in the middle where we can find some way to, again, see this for what it is instead of the propaganda you're fed where this is the correct answer and Trump is always right, because he's not. A lot of stuff he's doing is illegal. So again, I love what this one Democrat says. Now again, there's not a problem. We all recognize a problem, but it's not that it's not being dealt with. There are laws in place for immigration for people that are here illegally. And we're not talking about sanctuary. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about actual illegals, terrorists, people hiding and stuff like that. And I like how the one Democrat is arguing it, where, he's sitting there and kind of saying, I want to see any of you, by a show of hands, you can raise your hand if you feel that, any of this has anything to do, with the laws, the immigration laws, not being enforced in your state. Where, like, there's something going on where the federal laws for immigration can't be enforced in your state. By a show of hands, is that happening? Basically, that's what he's asking. He's very upfront about it. Nobody raises their hands. He's like, oh, okay, that's what I thought. Nobody. That's what I thought. And that's a very good point. He brings up the point that, again, none of them raise their hands. These laws do exist. And, again, he asks the same question. Do you, do we feel that the sanctuary cities has anything to do with these federal laws, these federal immigration laws somehow not being able to be enforced? No. That's the question. The sanctuary cities and stuff like that, people that are coming here to try to gain citizenship legally, does that somehow affect your ability to enforce federal immigration laws? None of them raise their hands because, again, it does not. And this is what this Democrat's talking about, getting them to sort of kind of silently admit to, and nobody's focused on this. Nobody's paying attention to that. That we do, in fact, have federal immigration laws. They can and should be and will be enforced. And yet the Trump administration is just picking people up by the busload and doing something with them. Just like Nazi Germany. So again, we're not talking about anything legal where we have these laws. We're talking about propaganda that convinces you that ICE is a good thing. ICE is a bunch of police that again, where you have to have you have to declare a national emergency. Where something's going on where he's allowed to just pick people up off the street. No probable cause and stuff like that. They can just pick them up off the street and deport them. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about where he's declaring these national emergencies. He's like lying about this stuff to be able to abuse the power of the police and the military. And because he's not a president any longer, Congress, Republicans in Congress have given their power, he can just supersede law. And that shouldn't be the case. Presidents never had that much power. This shouldn't be the case. In a modern society, in a civilized world and stuff like that, where we understand these things, we understand what to do, why on earth? You know, we have laws for this. We have immigration, federal immigration laws. Do you know what they are? Do you look them up? Or do you just say the same simple things that Trump has been convincing you and saying to you all along? Yes. He's wrong, right? You know that, right? Donald Trump is just wrong. He's just racist. It's that simple. It's the same concept of understanding what the psychological statement of wanting a wall on the border of Texas and Mexico means. We've covered that before, too. The statement of essentially what that means, of understanding the intelligence of deducing very quickly, you know, where we've seen walls in history segregating people and how they did not accomplish what you think they would. And again, the logistics and cost of a wall that long. We talked about this. Okay, hold on. The border between Texas and Mexico is approximately 1,241 miles long. That's insane. Okay, if you're on the East Coast, that's like from here to Florida. If you're on the West Coast, that's like from Northern California all the way down to like New Mexico. Okay? That is a really, really long way to try to put a wall. It's not going to work. And even if it does, even if like you spend all this money and it's super expensive and stuff like that, now you've got to maintain it, and now you have a line of sight problem where you can't see over that, where you can't see through it. Walls are a problem. Logistically speaking, they're not an intelligent way to keep people out of a border. It's not a smart way to do it. It's not. We know that. Common intelligence and modern intelligence would tell us never a wall. Never. You don't block your own line of sight. And you don't build a structure so massive that it's like stupidly expensive. You're just pouring money in to fix it all the time. Just like the ridiculous dome around the country. That concept. So, when I asked ChatGPT for a list of totalitarian societies, remember how we talked about this earlier? We talked about how Gemini was sort of not really giving me a very good answer, and it was trying to pretend like we're not aware of more totalitarian. Trust me, we're aware of plenty of totalitarian societies. The scary part is there's still plenty we're unaware of. And they're trying to act like we're not aware of, like, more than 3 or 4. Are you kidding? No, it's not true. It's just not true. That's a lie. And so that the danger is then, why is Gemini lying? Why is Google lying, of all things? And then so I used ChatGPT, which would search the same sources as Google. Why would it search anything? You know, like, it's Google. You know? Can you give me a number of totalitarian societies that exist in the world that we know of? Same question. You're asking about totalitarian countries exist in the world today. A challenging question since the classification of totalitarian versus authoritarian or hybrid regimes is often debated. Oh, wow. An intelligent answer. Yeah, at least it's putting all of those under the same umbrella. Smart, intelligent answer. Okay. Let's follow this. Still, drawing from scholarly and expert sources, here's a clear answer with the most reliable counts. Thank you. Wow. And yet Gemini couldn't do that. No, it can. Trust me, it can. So, North Korea stands as the most universally accepted example of modern totalitarian regime. Its leadership experts near total control over all aspects of society. So again, that's the top one, as I've sort of kind of told you before, where I think that's a nasty one too. But I think personally, there's some that are worse that it's not considering. I do. That you just don't know about. Oh my god. Turkmenistan, widely considered totalitarian with a highly repressive one-party system controlling nearly every aspect of life. That's the one I had heard about. And I had actually heard that's worse. I had heard Turkmenistan is kind of worse than North Korea, but you never know. You only know until you see, like the video evidence and stuff like that. And with North Korea, we've seen that. We've seen that. With some of this other stuff, we've seen it too. Afghanistan, we've definitely seen it. And I'm glad that it lists that one. So the next Afghanistan under the Taliban, Islamic State since 2021, is sometimes classified as totalitarian by analysts through this categorization is more contested and less universally accepted. Under the Taliban, I would agree. Yeah. But like that was the whole point, is they were trying to, stop that from happening. Now hold on. So you also have, I wasn't aware of this one. This is crazy. I'm actually just looking this up because I was unaware of this particular one. So that this is even education for me. Apparently Eritrea, which is Africa, and that is oh wow, that's like right there. So let's go to our map. Wow. Yeah, it's right there. So, apparently this is one of the most totalitarian societies in the world, too. And it's right below Saudi Arabia, right next to Sudan, Ethiopia, pretty close to Egypt. It's right here. This little tiny piece right here, that little brown spot. So that's Eritrea, and then that's apparently very totalitarian. So that's interesting. I didn't even know about that one myself. So that's actually like widely considered, it says, and it's right under North Korea. Like apparently that's even more so than Turkmenistan, which whew. Uh-oh. So and then up after Turkmenistan and Afghanistan is China. Actually, it says some argue it's trending towards totalitarianism, not usually labeled as such yet. No, I agree. I think it's heading that way. I agree. And then obviously Russia, you know, like restarting the Soviet Union would do that too. Obviously, they would call it the same thing. Like they're never gonna call it the same thing. That would never be popular. You know, just like they're not gonna call whatever Trump's doing Nazism. Like they're not gonna do that, even though that's what it is. You get what I'm saying? Like they're never gonna call it that. it'll be something to, you know, if anything, he'll be like, this is new democracy or something like that, you know. He'll call it something like that, you know. So that's pretty educational. Oh, that's right next to Yemen. All that stuff going on in Yemen. I just realized that's right next to Yemen, literally. Right next to it. And now Saudi Arabia is pretty big, but you have to realize Qatar is like the other side of Saudi Arabia there. It's like right on the other side of it. So like all that stuff happening right there. And then of course you have the sort of like US governed side of India there. That's crazy. Well, not US, but you get what I mean. It's like it's minded kind of like that, where they. Yeah. So. I see. Yeah, if if you sit here and you study geography a little bit, you look some stuff up, sometimes stuff makes more sense to you. Did you know that Dubai is like right across the bay from Qatar? Did you know that? It's like right across the bay from Qatar. Huh. That was the Persian Gulf right there. Oh boy. See, I didn't realize that. That actually changes some things. And that's even more concerning than I thought. Holy crap. It is World War III. Holy shit. It's already happened. It's happening. They're just lying to you. I think if there's another administration other than Donald Trump, they're going to come into office finally informing you World War III has happened. I think they're keeping it a secret, and I think they're doing everything that they can to distract you from the fact that World War III is happening. Normally the US and Europe and stuff will start having that, like announcing that, stuff like that. I think it's past that. I didn't realize that was the Persian Gulf right there. Because you have to understand that's Iran, Iraq. You have to understand like that. God. Yeah, and there's Turkmenistan right above Iran, Afghanistan right there. Holy crap. So basically we have this, and I've talked about this before, but this has always been the message in history class, historians and stuff like that. This is the point. Is that the reason we got in the Vietnam War, the reason for all of this crap, the reason for World War II, everything, was so that communism, totalitarianism wouldn't spread. That is everything. And all we learned from the Vietnam War is that if you fight a war, regardless of the size of your military, if you just go in and try to force... We've learned it with Afghanistan, even in modern day. If you try to go in and invade on somebody's home turf, they're going to mess you up. They're going to mess you up real quick. Doesn't matter who you are, doesn't matter. They're going to mess you up. However, if you have NATO, and you have all these allied nations with strategic military bases, suddenly that changes things because you can mobilize on the ground. So, the concern obviously is if you have that many nations, if it's just like a little bit, just like this little spot, doesn't matter. Everybody else around them will keep them in check. But suddenly that starts spreading, and that little spot goes like this. And then you already have that other thing way over here that's Russia, that's like this. And that's how big it is. And now you have China joining in, and that's like that. And India, that's like that. But most people are there. And suddenly everybody is getting all together and agreeing that they want to dictate and mind control what everybody's allowed to find out. And this is what they're doing. And it's just spreading. And then now, all of a sudden, our president, our administration, instead of doing things that seem like they're for law and order and checks and balances, they're for misinformation, lying, trying to pretend like you're deregulating something, all while throwing in regulations that are just lying about the thing you're deregulating. Like AI, which is what he's doing. And, So the person in the chat that came in the chat just now to say what they said, they again are just somebody with an account made today. So notice how they come in chat and they have some sort of like personal thing to say. And right as we're making points and there's a lot of people in here, it seems trending. We're on point, and then that shows up. I want you to notice that, and now notice how the person deletes the message because they know who they are. They know that they are from exactly where I'm saying they're from. And they're doing this psychological warfare. They remove their like. They say something, kind of weird and stuff like that. The whole point is to psychologically affect the person, delivering the stream so that way they would sort of get off topic or get on something else or something like that. So that way it's damaging to what we're talking about and stuff like that. And, it's exactly what's been going on with the gaming streams and stuff like that, where you guys come in and instead of, a gamer and stuff like that, you hear somebody raging at the screen and stuff. Because, there's flat out a huge number of times where I know that game is not doing what it's supposed to do. And it acts totally different when I'm not streaming. And it's I really hope plenty of other people are seeing that and have calculated that too. You could see it. And then I'll watch it back later too, and I'm like, how can people not see what just happened there? Where it's like, how is this not super obvious? Plenty of people play this game, yet you're just gonna be not noticing the things that I'm clearly pointing out, saying. It's crazy, man. It really is. And then you rationalize, no, it's not. It's psychological warfare. That's what it is. It again is happening to the people. Anybody that, as you saw, votes a certain way, as that person came in to say we, as in representing the people that might be watching the stream or something like that. So thus to get the stream, the essentially having an impact on what I would say, on what the stream would be talking about, so that way I would start talking this way and maybe trend the stream to get more viewers in here that would be, more like Trump voters and stuff like that. You get what I'm saying? So that way there'd be more of that instead of, people that would agree with the message. As we know, there's plenty that do. And this is what their news media lies to them about. What you have to realize is that anybody that's in here from another country, India and stuff like that, their media outlets and everything, they absolutely lie. They will tell them the complete polar opposite of what's going on. And, because the whole point is that we are for, our Constitution here is for freedom of speech, freedom of expression. And these guys in all these totalitarian societies is opposite. They don't want that. They don't want you to sit here and talk bad about somebody, or they don't want South Park, and they don't want Family Guy, and they don't want this and that. Whereas you and I don't, that's, well, whatever. Those are artists just producing whatever their art is in their way. And so now just because somebody else doesn't like it, they can dictate whether that person's allowed to make something that everybody else loves and thinks is funny. That's not right. Just like it wouldn't be right, for me to sit here and say that people can trash Obama or whatever as much as they want. You can do that as much as you want. You have freedom of speech to do that. You might be wrong plenty of times, but the point is you have the ability. It's not against the law. Nobody's gonna do, you know, like try to make sure a consequence happens just because you dared say something about Obama. Did anybody ever do that with Democrats? Ever? No. If anything, those guys sat there and joined in with it. And so, you know, you have, again, a full-on example of huge amounts of power being given to rich people. Like the absolute richest of the rich, and they didn't get rich through a fair legal means. It's super obvious. It's all fraud and scandals now. And that's the point. And now they do the same thing to the rest of the country because, again, people are too foolish from this psychological warfare where everybody in other countries is affecting things here, affecting the way we think here. Let me explain it to you this way. You guys that all live here, right? Y'all see some sort of weird merit in wanting a dictator. I'm not really sure what that is. But you've never lived that. You don't understand what that would do. And you don't understand a totalitarian society either. I'm going to give you an example you would absolutely hate. Are you ready? Because this is, like, I really don't think that you understand the immense amount of situations that could occur when law and order doesn't exist. So here you go. In India, do you know that they just, marry off their daughters at, like, young ages to adults? Did you know this? Did you know they do this in other countries, too, that think like that? Now, let me ask you a question. If the government or somebody like Donald Trump wanted to marry your 16-year-old daughter, and there's nothing you can do about it, suddenly you're going to change your tone, aren't you? Suddenly you're going to want law and order and somebody to do something about this very legal thing this dictator is going to force upon this very innocent person. And nothing's going to happen. That very evil, corrupt, rich individual is just going to get what they want. Because you don't have law and order, and that's the way you want it. You know what happens all the time in India? Where they just choose that? And then you wonder why there's so many people trying to flee that? You actually wonder why there's, like, people coming here from other countries trying to get away from crap like that? You shouldn't wonder. That's the point. They're escaping these things that, again, their parents think it's a great idea, right? Oh, lots of people do it. But they're just brought up that way. And, like, how many other people, if they sat here and thought about the stuff that, like, oh, Jesus, like, if you would have that same viewpoint as somebody else that came before you, oh, man. Yeah, how many can think of something like that, where it's like, yeah, okay, I guess I shouldn't have that. I should change that viewpoint, because there's a correct one. Yeah. Yeah, obviously you shouldn't marry kids off to a... What? In India, do they even get a chance to be kids, or do they sit there and force all this discipline on them? They can't even. Yeah, probably. You know that in China, the reason their language is inherently difficult is exactly what that. It's to inherently make sure the discipline is ingrained in them. The language is intentionally difficult to learn. So it's on purpose. Did you know that? They could have changed it. They could have gone with it. You know, like how many think about how many different dialects there are in China, and every single one of them is extraordinarily difficult. It's intentional. To ingrain a certain discipline in the society of their people. However, does it make it right? No, I agree with disciplines. But do we force them? That's different. That's different for everybody. That's parenting. Everybody has their limits. Everybody has different brains, different upbringings. That should be up to parents, not governments. It's the same thing with anything having to do with your kids or women. And you know why. You don't need me to tell you why. Yeah, it's because of men. You don't need me to even say that, but you know it. Okay? So don't sit here and tell me you don't understand what evolution did with men. In every society, not just ours. Like every society. Okay? So recognize that. And recognize that that's where the U.S. is coming from, where most people in the U.S. are coming from, where we're like, yeah, for every man that sat here and got successful, rich, became the symbol of this or that, there was a woman that could have equally done it, didn't, was in a kitchen instead, or something like that, and probably maybe would have done a better job. Maybe. Yeah, because they understand certain things that maybe those men that think like that can't. Not that all men can, but men that think like that. Of course that's why. And of course that's why you need them. Of course you need that balance. The yin and the yang, the light and the dark, the concepts of good and evil. The whole point is you don't want the devil. No, you don't embrace that. You embrace what you call the other side of whatever the good side of the equation is that you're looking at. You try to understand the merits of both, so that way you can accept which one's better. Not, oh yeah, the devil, totalitarianism, communism, not, that is bad. All of that is the devil. All of that is sinful. All of that is disgusting. It's against free speech. It's control. It's manipulation. It's lying. That is not something you consider. What you consider is, how do we do democracy in a way that works? Do we accept a little more capitalism than socialism? Do we do more socialism than capitalism? That is what you debate. Not whether we allow Satan or God to control our planet. You're joking. That was the analogy even South Park used. And even Satan didn't want anything to do with this guy. It's the point. That's why all of us are laughing, because Yeah. It's the truth. So, so in a modern society where we have the the United States, you know, it's so funny how we have all these movies, all this stuff in culture, everybody that's warned us about this, people that are warning us now, and then I should say funny. What's the word? It's really it's crazy. It's insane, I guess, that we have all these people that, again, and not the majority, but just that there's anybody that would ever still support somebody that lies so regularly, somebody that like they can easily look up as just wrong, somebody that constantly does illegal things, that literally like he has no reason for all these police in Washington to be there, and then all just using endless resources of the government to just randomly have all these police in DC. And again, crime rates were down. We proved that. We talked about that. Crime rates were down, but he's just going to make shit up and hold up a little graph so that way there's like some sort of historic picture of him holding up a graph of how the crime rates are up. So that's why he's doing that, even though that's not the truth. The truth is that crime was down. And he's just doing that. So the point is, this is all psychological propaganda to convince the other nations. It's not for here. Because he knows he can't convince us. It's to convince the other. That's why you have to be so concerned. Why is he doing that? Because again, he knows he doesn't have the numbers here. He ain't convincing anybody. He ain't losing or gaining anybody. It is what it is at this point. Because that man has done too much. So, since he knows that, why is it very obvious? And then this is, again, just like, if I think it, other intelligence, it's not just occurring to me, is all I'm saying. The point is, we stand here and we deduce things logically. We just follow information. So that's all, that's all we're doing. And we're deducing this logically. This is just one of the many things. So why would Donald Trump be so interested in giving propaganda to these other nations to continue lying the same way they always have? If not to continue furthering their propaganda, so that way eventually our country becomes exactly like that. He's already said he's going to have somebody run and reinstate power. Like J.D. Vance or something like that. Where he has somebody run and reinstate power to him. He's said this. All while denying that he's going to run a third time. He ain't going to, that's the point. He ain't going to run. Yeah. Yep. He's not. He's just going to rig it. That's why you all need to go out and you need to vote whoever is on the other side. Y'all sit here and you say you don't have somebody to vote for. How many didn't show up to for their support for Bernie Sanders when he tried to run and he didn't have the delegates? How many didn't show up to support him and could have? You know that Bernie Sanders is an independent, right? And he ran Democratic. One of the many in the independents saying, look, the Democrats, they're not really as bad. They're really not. It's the Republicans that are confusing you with the propaganda and nonsense. Like, sometimes it comes from Democrats, but, like, we all know there's propaganda out there. It's literally, like, daily and easily, found information, like that, and again, giving their power to the president. All of this is so strange. Playing YMCA after passing a bill. Like, this is the weirdest crap you've ever seen. And on that bill, again, not so beautiful. Again, the bill is called that to lie. Like, it's like when you sign a law or a bill, what was it? It was executive order, right? And he literally, like, I can't believe it's anti-woke, right? Like, he actually has that in the name. Are you kidding? So because something's a meme, like, this childish. I thought wokeism and me was like memes and like kids. So wait, like, this adult and these adults in Congress are what? Yeah, this is how childish this entire nation is. Talking about woke is, like, this is this is like kids and stuff. Adults are peddling this nonsense where people are woke or not woke. No, it's a meme. The hell? It's a meme. Shut up already. It's literally a meme. You're just sitting here, like, literally fighting over woke, not woke. It's the most obvious psychological nonsense. People hate it. They don't know why, they just can't stand it. It's psychological warfare with memes, and adults are falling for this crap. Because they can't stay off Facebook. As soon as I recognized it, I stopped using that freaking crap. I try so hard not to. Man, the more time you spend looking at that, it just sucks you in. You see one dumb thing after another, don't you? People from both sides, don't you? Yeah. And then you have to comment. You have to say, yeah, it's on purpose. Just saying, man. Anyway, sorry, didn't mean to. Yeah, the tone there went a little Mark Wahlberg from The Happening, didn't it? My fault. So yeah. Anyway, we have to arrive at, like, logical conclusions now. This is affecting everything. We're firing people that we shouldn't be allowed to fire. Like he shouldn't be allowed to fire somebody that's in a government position till 2038. That doesn't make any sense. Somebody that's allowed to be there, somebody that's legally allowed to be there. And by the way, they are suing. They have filed a lawsuit. It is incredibly illegal. You know that Trump is using the IRS to spy on you? Did you know that? We talked about this before. Yeah, you thought Obama was spying on you. No, not really. Not like just regularly. No. Nope. But George H.W. Bush started a spying thing. Yeah. Yep. He started spying on citizens. That's when it started. George H.W. Bush. I'm sorry. George W. Not George H.W., right? I'm sorry, George W. George H.W. was more nuclear. Sorry, George W. signed some stuff for literally allowing the NSA to spy on citizens. I forget. It was actually referenced in the Bourne movies. This is the stuff that it talks about, where that stuff sort of kind of happened a little bit. Yeah, that's what it was about, basically. And then conveniently my concurrent counter breaks and I refresh it. And you see how many people were actually in here. So again, the NSA was authorized under George W. to sit here and spy on any citizen that they want to spy on. For absolutely no reason whatsoever. They don't need probable cause. They can literally just listen to you in your house, on your phone, track your location. Okay? They can do that. And I wanted to show you what would happen in my concurrence if I started saying this. Notice how I was at 6 and they just take it down to 1. Okay, so this is definitely whoever is doing this wants to look like they're the NSA, wants me to either think it's the NSA or the NSA is actually doing it. That's how you look at that. Because that's a pattern. You notice it. You have to call it out. So, it is a true pattern where you can see, okay, that's the guilty party. You rationalize, yeah, they showed up to control the concurrence because they didn't want people to hear that. So it's either the actual NSA or somebody that wants all of us to think the NSA is doing that. My money's actually on the NSA under a Trump administration. Because like I said, Republicans and prior, George W. Bush, authorized this. The whole point is it's responsible. You don't do it unless you should. Who the hell else is generally just irresponsible with this stuff? Who as president has done so much illegal crap that they've literally sat here, been impeached, and the only reason they didn't get removed from office is because Mitch McConnell, who is another person that committed treason that day, admitted he was going to do it. Yeah, they're basically like, I think Mitch McConnell's a Russian spy. I truly do. I truly believe that Mitch McConnell is working with the Russians. I truly believe that. I truly believe that Mitch McConnell is literally a Russian spy. Just the amount of things that he has done to protect certain things that would have been just, like somebody actually facing consequences for things they did or something like that, and it was Russian-based influence and stuff like that. Like, just Mitch McConnell has proved too many times that he is an evil, disgusting man. Many Republicans have been proving that. And meanwhile, all these Democrats are like questioning them, trying to get them to admit why they're doing things and stuff like that. And all the other Republicans can do is just sit there and lie. I sat there and listened to an entire lie in Congress about a Republican sounding just like Trump, who had a sign behind him with a bunch of fake information on it. And he sat there and just completely made up a bunch of shit about, all this immigration being a problem and stuff like that. How you, the Democrats, are responsible for this and that and the other thing and yada, yada, yada. You took an oath, did you not? And he's having them say that they took an oath and stuff like that so that it sounds like they're agreeing with because people that vote for this jackass don't understand politics. They're just being manipulated. They're people that don't understand politics. So they're being manipulated by the guy that sounds more pushy, sounds like he's the strong man, and says simpler things they can agree with. Yeah, I don't like immigration. America. Yeah, that guy's... That guy. Yeah. Yeah, he really stuck it to him. Meanwhile, the Democrats are actually just sitting there going, no, we have federal immigration laws. There's nothing about sanctuary cities that somehow prevents you from actually conducting real investigations on people that are here illegally, yet you're just picking up Mexicans and Spanish people by the busload and deporting them. That's the point. It's not reasonable. It's not law and order. That's just stupid. And then the whole point is that police are the ones being manipulated. They're the stupid ones. And it's not a generalization. I'm not sitting here and saying that all police are general. No. I'm saying that within their... Think about the lack of training police. I talked about this. I talked about how I used to see the training that police would get regularly to go into the state police. The state police. They'd go through like a 6 to 9 month program. That's it. And then the guy would literally just stand there and yell at them the entire time and work on grappling and throws and stuff like that. That's it. He would just yell at them the entire time. Oh, they're fine. They're cleared for academy. And then they just go through the crash course academy training and do some shooting, and that's it. If they're military, they don't get any training. So like they learn very limited law. So my point is they are given all this responsibility, guns, stuff like that, law, interactions that have to do with de-escalation, and they are some of the most untrained in their field that are professionals in the field, where they just don't have the knowledge that they would need to have to deal with that situation, and so deal with it with lack of that knowledge. A very ignorant person dealing with something that they should have been trained to deal with. And it's not to insult the people, it's to call out the fact that they should just be smarter with what they're supposed to be doing. All of us should be. I've stated this with this country in general. This country is terrible in terms of education, in terms of following through with that. And then we see this huge call in this country where entry-level jobs are gone to AI. There's a reason for that. Because your high school and whatever education that you have at entry level is terrible. It's not because of AI, it's because you aren't very smart. And then other people take advantage of that. The educated people. They just simply know how to do things. Do you know what? Like, half the time, power of attorney, do you know why? Like, half the time, power of attorney, yes, it is that way because they passed the bar, but half the time, power of attorney literally exists just because that attorney has more knowledge than somebody else. They would just know certain things. You're like, yes, you can, or no, you can't. And then the police or whoever are expected to respect that because they have that knowledge. They were cleared for that. They are the most professional of that. It'd be like not trusting a surgeon. Medical advice, you know? It would just sound ridiculous. You know, you know. So, anyway, we see this mass manipulation of police and stuff like that, where these are the people that Trump's using to cart people off the streets and stuff, like where it's just a racist thing. It starts with the wall, it slowly becomes mass racism, where you say something long enough, you get people to agree with it. That's it. If anything, the Biden presidency actually helped because it put a temporary hold on everybody wanting to vote for him again. And they showed that. The same people that wanted to vote for him again came out. And that's really, really bad, where, again, it's just, you know, we can see this real call to psychologically manipulate our citizens to believe anything this guy says, and that's really weird. That's really weird. Why would other countries sit here? We have all this evidence that all these other countries and stuff are trying to manipulate us to like Trump, trying to get us to like Trump. They come in our chats and like Trump. We can see this. Why is that? Why are all these countries that we would never align our values with, ethically we can't agree with anything they're doing, it's so terrible, and we have people coming here all the time defecting from these countries too, telling us these stories. Well, some of them. So first-hand accounts, even from military people telling it. Why would they want to influence that? Well, because, again, as we started with, we are the nuclear world power. So how do you attack a nation that you know you can't attack? Attack its people. The president's a fool. He accepts the one thing, a plane. But we have very good reasons for not accepting things from terrorist nations, especially Qatar, Al-Qaeda of all things. The same organization, the same terrorist organization that was run by bin Laden that carried out 9/11 using planes to crash them into buildings. And our president, your president, the president of the United States, accepted a plane from this organization, from Qatar. It's sitting in our country right now. Right now. And these things that have been happening have only escalated and gotten worse, where it's really strange how they would be able to even do some of these things that they're able to do. Being that our networks are encrypted and... yeah. All escalating conveniently after the moron that you call President of the United States accepted a plane from the biggest terrorist organization the world's ever seen. Let that sink in. That really happened. And again, it's sitting in his little personal... I think it's just sitting in the... the White House thing that he has to store stuff. He's a freaking idiot. No, like, not at the White House, but I think they have, like, storage places, obviously, for the president and stuff. Can you just rationalize the huge threat to national security this is? He's trying to cover that up with FBI, DEA. and the army, the reserves, all that stuff, just on the streets of Washington, on the streets of. He's trying to just make you forget that he accepted this. Oh my gosh. So this is the point. This is the point. I'm gonna get to the point. This is gonna be a good point. And we may come back to this because I'm gonna walk away here for a second. Yep. So we're gonna make another point. We're gonna get on this. But let me be right back on you. I shouldn't take as long as last time. Sorry about that. Be right back. Okay, guys, I am back. It was a little bit of a. I had to blow my nose. I had to sneeze a bunch of times. It was just. I am full of allergies today. Okay, so let's get back into what we were talking about here. Not that. Okay. Now let's get into this. Let's get into the next thing I was going to talk about here. And this is something that we certainly talked about before, but something others have talked about before and it brought up plenty of times before. Now also keep note of what we were talking about with the concurrence suddenly dropping out, and there being like a justification for that and stuff like that. Remember how we mentioned the NSA earlier, and it dropped instantly from a 6 to a 1. Yeah, and then conveniently, so and now as soon as we say the same thing, we see the censorship, but instantly we have the 2 in here. Okay, so those two concurrents, how would they have heard that, known that, and then it's at 0 supposedly, yet as soon as we say this, instantly they're in here. So we can arrive at conclusions, about that. A conclusion can be drawn. Either they're in here and hiding those concurrents, and under pressure of guilt, show them, or AI heard what I said, those bots came in here to monitor what I am saying and keeping tabs on everything that I say about this or that and the other thing. Probably that. Probably the latter. Alright, so most likely scenario is that... Excuse me. Sorry about that. Alright. So most likely scenario is the latter. Now, we've discussed this like this before, but we're gonna do this in a slightly different way. So what I did here is I asked Gemini. I said, can you compile a list of things that people would expect a Democratic president to be removed from office, but have been silent when Trump doesn't? And I have heard Obama talk about this at great length, where if he had done even a single one of these things that Trump's done that's illegal, he'd never hear the end of it. So he didn't, obviously. And yet half of it is stuff that he blamed the Democrats for doing, and now he's doing it. More than half. Probably 70% of it. 80%. So let's discuss this. Get my coffee there. All right. So, again, can you compile a list of things that people would expect a Democratic president to be removed from office, but have been silent when Trump does it? So again, these are things that you would expect Obama or Biden to likewise be removed from office, impeached, and removed if they had done them even a single time. And these are going to be things that Trump has done. Okay? So it starts off, commentary on partisan hypocrisy regarding presidential actions has focused on several key areas, particularly during and after Donald Trump's presidency. It does note that. Critics allege that Republican lawmakers and supporters were silent on or defended actions by Trump that would have provoked outrage and calls for removal if a Democratic president had done them. Now, notice the breaking of the concurrent counter as we go through this. And I mentioned how Trump is sitting here spying on citizens. There's controlling the NSA under, like just basically doing irresponsible, childish-like things just so that people don't hear anything bad about him. We know this. He's using these resources, the NSA. Like again, you see the concurrence as we're about to talk about this, and it would trend. The concurrence being lied about, and we've related this and talked about how it's very obviously probably the NSA under Donald Trump's administration. And it only gets worse the closer we get. And you see, as I refreshed, there is somebody in here, and they are coming in, but they're just trying to lock it at 0 and lie about that. So, we'll take bets on who's been manipulating things for a bit. So anyway, let's continue this. That first paragraph agrees. That first two-sentence paragraph agrees on what I'm saying here. So anyway, let's continue on. Areas where this double standard has been alleged include interactions with foreign powers. Here we go. 2 bullet points on interactions with foreign powers. Encouraging foreign interference in elections. Trump's July 2016 public statement asking Russia to find Hillary Clinton's missing emails was met with broad condemnation from Democrats, but was not pursued for impeachment. Again, she was grilled on this, and she was found not guilty. His 2019 phone call with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, in which he allegedly withheld aid in exchange for an investigation into Joe Biden, led to his first impeachment by the House, but he was acquitted by the Republican-controlled Senate. So again, found him guilty, acquitted by Republicans. He could do no wrong. But then again, calling out that you guys expected this from Clinton while not expecting it from Trump. And Trump was actually guilty. Clinton wasn't. And even now, they're like trying to find things, and they can't. That's the point. You don't think that would have came out way back then when he was first president? If they would have found stuff? Yeah, it would have. If it was actually, yeah, so they're just making stuff up, trying for every little thing they can. Next bullet point. Ignoring warnings about foreign influence. Reports from intelligence agencies, including a January 2017 assessment concluded that Russia had interfered with the 2016 election. I'll read that again. Ignoring warnings about foreign influence. Russia reports from intelligence agencies, including a January 2017 assessment, the thing I keep talking about, the thing where they took out ads on Facebook to lie. 2017 assessment concluded that Russia had interfered in the 2016 election. The one where Trump supposedly won against Hillary, even though Hillary had like 3 million more votes. Trump and his allies were accused of downplaying or ignoring these warnings. Imagine that. A stance that would likely have been treated as a severe national security risk for a Democratic president. Absolutely. Absolutely great point. Great point. Remember, stop the steal and all that. He actually took out ads when Biden actually won. And he had electoral college and popular vote, did he not? You sure he did? Didn't he? Oh, no, wait. Biden didn't have popular vote, actually, did he? Oh, wait. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. I'm sorry. No, I'm thinking of this most recent one. Trump had popular vote because nobody voted. It wasn't the popular, like, literally nobody voted. It was literally just that. He had popular vote this time around against Kamala. But it wasn't, again, more people just didn't vote. There were so many people that were not voting. And so that's what it was. Oh, geez. Biden received more than 81 votes, the most votes ever cast for a president and candidate in U.S. history. So yeah, actually, Biden did win the popular vote then because he got more votes than anybody in history. And then this time around, when it was time for a woman, you see what I'm saying? See what psychological warfare does to people? And how many people that were in chats online and stuff like that, I remember it very vividly. People coming in my chat saying, I don't want a woman president, being very adamant. I don't think those were Americans. I think they were Indian people and Russians trying to pose as Americans. Because they would often come in on the accounts you saw today, where it was made that day. And they're trying to very obviously just get Americans to admit that they feel this way deep down. A lot of them. So you just see them come out of the woodwork. You see them slowly do that. And it's because of these people that think this way. This is psychological warfare. They're just influencing things. So yeah, anyway, sorry, just wanted to clear that up. Yes, he did, as I thought, got the popular vote, as Obama did. As Obama did. Obama got both. Obama got electoral and popular vote. He's very well liked. And again, it's because he worked with both parties. He was bipartisan. Very good at it. Very successful. He had all these organizations, economic stimulus organization. Trump got rid of that crap. If it said Obama on it, doesn't matter if it's economic stimulus or not. He signs his executive order and just gets rid of it. That's what he's doing. All right, moving on. Challenges to the democratic norms and institutions. Now remember, this is a list of things that people would expect from a democratic president. You know, essentially would expect a democratic president to remove from office, impeached. That they haven't done, that Trump has. And he hasn't obviously been removed. Trump's been impeached several times. Never removed. Okay, so challenges to democratic norms and institutions. First bullet point here. Questioning election legitimacy. Trump's refusal to... Yes, I mentioned this. Trump's refusal to concede the 2020 election and his promotion of unsubstantiated claims of widespread voter fraud were defended by many Republicans. For a Democratic president to take similar actions, it would be likely considered an unprecedented attack on the peaceful transfer of power. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, it recognizes. See, they're recognizing that. Like, even the AI is recognizing, like, that this is how people would take things if it was the other way around. And yet, this is what people are doing for Trump? No, you're just in denial. Trump is wrong. He just lies. Republicans lie. They're wrong. They're blaming everything they do wrong on the Democrats so that you don't know. It's that simple. Oftentimes, a Democrat will admit that they did something wrong or try to fix it later or just not even start wrong. You know, we've done stuff a certain way for a long time, and we know it's this way and right. So the whole point is Democrats have been progressive and conservative. They've sat here and been successful at sometimes balancing the budget. They're doing good things. And then the Republicans just trash them. That's the only way that they can get anywhere. And the only reason you think it's the other way around is because of the propaganda. So anyway, let's continue. Bernie agrees. The independent, just so that you know, like the guy that ran for the Democratic Party, that's an independent. Bernie Sanders. He's not a Democrat. He's an independent. He agrees. He's been saying the same things for, I don't even know how long. For a very long time. Pretty much everything I say, you can just count on the fact that Bernie Sanders is going to back it up and say the same thing. Anyway, moving on. Questioning election legitimacy, Trump's refusal to concede to the 2020 election and his promotion of unsubstantiated claims of widespread voter fraud were defended by Republicans. For a Democratic president to take similar actions, it would likely be considered an unprecedented attack on the peaceful transfer of power. Completely agree. I'm just rereading that so that way we can hear it again. I agree with that. That's exactly how people would take that. If a Democratic president did the exact that, yes, because that's exactly what they're trying to say Biden did. Remember, January 6th is exactly what they did. Yes, it was, except it was a lie. It didn't happen. Trump's trying to make sure that happens now. Second bullet point. Yeah, he's trying to rig the election the same way they blamed Biden for and unalived people for. Second bullet point. Role on January 6th insurrection. Oh my God. Following the 2021 insurrection at the U.S. Capitol, Trump was impeached by the House for inciting the riot, which he should be. He should have been removed from office. He was again acquitted by the Senate, with most Republicans voting against conviction. Because it would make him look bad. It'd make the entire Republican Party look really terrible, and everybody would realize it's all the Republicans. And they get fired, McConnell would be out of a job, you'd get thrown in jail, yada yada yada, you get the picture. So, again, Republicans defend Trump because he defends them. And he saves their ass from all the convictions they should be getting. Like redistricting Texas years before you should. That's incredibly illegal. Part of the same bullet point. This contrasted with the way a hypothetical insurrection incited by a Democratic president would likely be viewed by Republicans. Yeah, like, I agree. Like, obviously, like, that's the point. Like, anybody that would actually do that, if Obama did that, oh my gosh, you guys would tear it apart. Attacks on the justice system. Trump's numerous attacks on federal law enforcement agencies, such as the FBI. Oh, trust me, he just fired and replaced everybody so he could manipulate the hell out of the FBI. And his criticisms of judges overseeing his various legal cases were generally met with silence or support from his party. These actions are often viewed as undermining the rule of law, a position a Democratic president would likely be harshly criticized for. Absolutely. If Obama or Biden sat here and the director of the FBI that investigated them got fired by that president, again, very obviously after being investigated by him, and then you fire the next guy that investigates you too, you do it literally twice, you're found guilty of obstruction of justice by the second guy on like 19 accounts, something like that. And it's a little high, it's like 16. And then you just just replace everybody. You pick a next director that makes it seem like the one all the Democrats want, and then only to just randomly change that one day to Kash Patel. Huh? Yep. I agreed. Agreed. If Obama sat here and did that, and Biden sat here and did that, again, with that knowledge, the fact that time and time again the director of the FBI had to simply investigate Trump because he was doing illegal things. And now here's how Kash Patel looks every single briefing. Every single briefing, that guy acts like he's trying to not see what Donald Trump and everybody else is doing in that room that is incredibly illegal. He's just like, and you see it. You see it. Like, did you see his face? He looks uncomfortable. Like, he's just so rigid. He's like, just like, that's not an FBI director. That's somebody that's trying to dodge everything that's happening right now. Like, basically, you have to understand, like, his job in that administration when, like, this is going on. We have to understand an intelligent person deduces his job is to do nothing. That's what his job is. To ignore things, do nothing. Trump runs the FBI. That's what his job is. He's like a face, basically. Yeah, like that. You have to rationalize again. Like, if I'm thinking it, that's what like all these other intelligence organizations, like that's how everybody's gonna view it. Other intelligent people, like when I'm putting it together the same way, we're putting it together this way. That's all. That's the only way they're gonna put it together too. They're gonna see it the same way. You have to realize. You have to rationalize this. This is what the enemies are doing. It doesn't matter whether you want to believe it or not. You have to. You have to understand. If I'm doing that, other historians are doing that, other smart people are doing that. Yes, the intelligence organizations are. We're being attacked. Doesn't matter whether you want Trump to be the right on the right side or not. He's not. It doesn't matter that you want it to not be that way. It's just not. And I'm sorry that you've been wrong. I'm sorry that people made you feel like crap for it. And I'm sorry that all that happened, that all this has to happen. But it's nobody's fault until you continue down the same path. It's not your fault unless you proceed to continue to enable that behavior, to enable the childishness and the unethical behavior of the most powerful man in the world. It's not until you do that. then you're wrong. Then you are responsible. Yes. Yep. You must take that responsibility. You must accept that. I was wrong. And until you do, it doesn't go away. It just turns into you fighting your friends and harming citizens. Because the other intelligence agencies, the totalitarian societies, the reason he's doing this is for that to happen. Because it benefits him. Next, ethical and legal conduct. The first bullet point here, use of the presidency for personal gain. Trump faced numerous accusations of using the presidency to enrich himself, his family, and his businesses through government spending and foreign lobbying. While this raised concerns for some, it did not lead to bipartisan support for his removal from office. Yes, he did this. There's massive evidence he did this. Biden tried very hard actually not to spend his time in office pursuing Trump, even though that's what Trump has now done to Biden for some reason. He tried hard not to, but he just kept finding thing after thing, and this is one of those things. No, he really did. He even said when he came in, I'm not going to spend my time in office doing that. There's so much that needs to be done. I'm just going to try to fix it. He really did. I'm really impressed with what he was able to accomplish. And most people seem to be completely oblivious that he actually did a lot. Did you know that the reason we were drilling for oil in the U.S. is because of Biden's administration? Did you know that? You just look it up, man. We were always importing oil from Russia, and you think the president has anything to do with the gas prices. No, it's just a tariff. It's, if anything, Trump had something to do maybe with it. But again, importing oil, it costs what it costs anytime we import it. So if anything, our gas prices, if you look around the world, were actually always low compared to the rest of the world. Yeah. Now, Biden's starting to drill here where we have plenty of reserves. Suddenly you understand, well, actually, that would be a precedent in affecting the gas prices positively, because then, yeah, it's here. It's our oil. So you can make sure that they're not overpricing, overcharging, great. And we can slowly reduce that if you want to. But then Trump comes back in and reverses that, and now we're importing oil from Russia again. I think we've stopped drilling. I think. Weird. Really weird. Because that's the conservative viewpoint, I think, drilling for our own oil, using that finally, since we've been sitting on it for I don't even know how long. That would... you get what I'm saying? Like, how's that not... And that's what Biden did. And you can just look at that, like... That's where I like, again, people don't look... That's where I rationalize most people don't look things up, because most people won't admit that that's true. I've used that as a valid debate thing, and people ignore what I said, and just, like, make something up about Biden. Like, they just, like, ignore it, and then they can make something up and say something that's untrue. Just like Trump does. And I'm like, that's not true, right? And then now you just ignored the thing I said that was positive. That is true. This is what happens. Almost every single time I debate somebody, they don't have anything valid. Like, literally, like, they really don't. And so, like, like, there's just this mountain of stuff even Gemini can piece together here that again, the point is, that's why we always win those debates. That's why Trump never won a debate. That's why we say that, because the strong person that talks over somebody else isn't winning a debate. You're just a bully. It's the same thing in business too. You're a shark. Is that desirable? It shouldn't be. Because then you understand why wokeism exists. People pushing back against evil. Because you think it's cool to be a shark and you idolize people like Walter White. Stuff like that. He's a bad guy, right? Like, this is the issue. Like, not that an artist put that together and made that TV show. No. The issue is the propaganda. The media that tells that story irresponsibly through a headline, a one-off headline, or the people that watch it and watch like a few seconds here and there and then say, oh, it's so terrible because of the violence and this and that. And it's like, you mean the truth? Thought that was a pretty real show. You know, like, that was the point. That's why all of us that thought it was so smart were like, bravo. Bravo. Because it was told very real. Yeah, it was very believable. Not that you idolize a character like that, but you can sympathize at least. Don't tell people that, you know, don't then psychologically have an impact where he's a good guy. Walt's not a good guy just because you can sympathize with him. He's just, it's believable. It's not Thanos. You know, it's not a purple titan. You know, like, it's a guy that's already got a pathetically underrated job he's way overly qualified for. Never got his dream to come true in his life, is ultimately really depressed, and then suddenly also gets cancer. Yeah. That's and then you put the element of this guy just wants to take care of his family and leave him. Yeah. Suddenly you have a sympathetic, and that's smart, but it doesn't mean he's a good guy. It doesn't mean you go, oh yeah, all that crap that he did, you can just suddenly excuse that. You know, the people that he unalived and stuff. You know, like Gail Bedecker and stuff like that, and all these people and stuff like that had to be unalived for him to just continue selling drugs. No, and the whole point was, well, why, you know, like why wouldn't it be as, wasn't enough when he had like a mountain of cash in a storage unit? No, apparently not. So the whole point is, like, it's the same thing with Trump. It's the same thing with anybody that is a criminal that is like this. They won't stop. You know, they won't. He's not doing it because, oh, this government agency needs to be vetted and needs to be, you know, audited, and I'm the guy for. No, he's not. It's not for that. Otherwise, he would bring the Democrats in on it and hold them all accountable and be like, all right, you did this, so I want you to learn how to not do this and stuff like that, and you can do your job better. No, he would be helping them. Instead, he's just firing them, bringing his own people in so that they don't tell people things, and then just doing whatever he wants. It would actually be transparency if it was transparency. It wouldn't look like him signing executive orders, saying it's this, then you look it up, and it's a lie. He literally lied. He just made up something. It's not even close to what the executive order says inside it. You realize that ridiculous news report where he had all those cameras and conveniently you saw these people typing in chat, the most transparent an organization's ever been and stuff like that. Just like I've said, we've seen showed up in this chat to, you know, when I'm making a point, they have to show up with accounts made today, you know, and stuff with their bot accounts to try to, yeah. And you literally see it right then and there. You see the ridiculous mind games. So anyway, sorry. Let's go back. Let's get back into this. But the point is, you know, it wouldn't look like that. It doesn't look like that. It looks like using the people that are there to help do those jobs. It doesn't look like firing a bunch of people. It's just like when Elon made that mistake with X and didn't want to admit it. It's not what you do. It's anybody that knows anything about business should know that. It's not what you do. You do not go in after purchasing a company. Again, and fire everyone. Just everyone. You don't do that. It is correct. Turnover is single-handedly the biggest cost most companies face. So why would you fire everybody? Great. Genius business transaction idea. So this is my point. When we have intelligent people that go to business school and could deduce those things, why are we having these billionaires that cost the company billions in a second? Because they don't know how to. They're not good with money. You have to understand, they have billions. We don't. Millionaires don't. They're not good with money. They have billions and they still can't keep it? They're really, really bad with money then. Yes. Okay? Now, I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to mention a name without mentioning a name. I don't have anything against any particular companies, or I'm not trying to make a statement about a certain company or anything like that. And I'll put some good faith out there and tell you this. Because I stand right in the middle of the road. I will tell you how I feel based on the facts and my experience with that. And I will tell you firsthand, I have seen nothing that makes me suspicious or weird about Jeff Bezos. Nothing whatsoever. I've seen him be a rich dude. I've seen him run a company. Yeah, he takes a pretty big paycheck. I mean, we could admit to that. But he's not Elon Musk. He's not buying other companies just because he is mad people are tweeting about him and wants to remove the tweets and does it for political propaganda and removes all Trump's tweets and fires everybody, yada, yada, yada. He doesn't do that. He doesn't just buy up companies and fire everybody, to my knowledge. And the point is, you know, he's not sitting here running scams, running for president, you know, trying to have some statement on this, making tweet after tweet about how Obama did this or Obama did that and Trump's the best, yada yada yada. No, he doesn't care. I'm sure that like, if Trump wants to talk to him and there's like some sort of meeting and they're having a thing, whatever, he's going to probably act the same way I would, where I would just be civil, respectful. He's the president. I'm not going to try to be a jerk on purpose. There's really no reason for that. And, you know, that's the point. That's how you be. So that's where I have to say, like, a lot of this comes out of, I think, the hate coming from the people that don't like him and stuff. I get that you don't like him. I'm right there with you. I don't care about him either. Doesn't the New York mob hate this guy? It's pretty sad when the New York mafia hates you. But I'll be honest, again, all that hate directed at somebody that, again, runs the most powerful position on the planet. The problem with doing that, again, is showing the rest of the world that he's hated. Remember what we talked about? Psychological warfare and stuff like that. And we all need to be smart about that. You know, stop the ridiculousness where they can just label you as woke and say that you're burning cars and stuff like that. If you're not there and you're not doing those things, they can't say that. It'll be super obvious who's doing it. You see what I'm saying? So again, use your brain, use your smarts. Go into government or go, be a Republican. Change it. But again, I understand. All right, take Obama for example. Obama condemns and calls these things out all the time. Calls out the fact that the guy calls veterans suckers and losers. Things like that. He does. But I think Obama can also be civilly respectful when talking with Trump. Because as you saw, like, they could apparently have some sort of back and forth little conversation. That we all saw the video of that and stuff like that. And so, like, the whole point that you can deduce from that isn't necessarily, oh, they're friends and they talk. No. They sat next to each other for some reason. And Trump probably made a joke about it. That's probably what happened. You can just deduce that they would not normally have that happen. Trump sat next to Obama. Even the two of them were kind of bothered by it. Like, this is interesting. I wonder what the cameras are going to say. And Trump probably said a joke about that. Oh, the media is going to love this, us sitting next to each other, or something like that. And Obama probably laughed a little bit, like, yeah, you're probably right. Who knows? But the point is, you can deduce that was not a regular thing. And, like, for a moment there, it's like, oh, Obama likes, and they wanted to really latch onto that, because Obama's popular. Yet Trump got rid of all these Obama things, and he's been trying to undo his... And Obama himself feels that Trump is the opposite of everything he stood for. Obama feels that way. Trust me. So, and I feel that way. All of us feel that way. I showed you the picture of Obama holding hands in the street with everybody, togetherness and stuff, standing behind the movements and stuff like that. Trump should do that. What's wrong with Trump doing that? Getting behind Black Lives Matter and stuff. What's wrong with it? Oh, right. Trump's too busy saying white lives matter. Remember? MAGA's saying that instead of just supporting the cause. That there's a lot of racism. And then Trump, again, shows an example of maybe he's pretty racist. Because he doesn't get the idea and concept of a movement drawn out of a kneeling quarterback, and all these other people that were really upset at the same time because it was going on and it was happening, and these people that are icons, you know, to young people in the next generation have to sometimes not stand up but kneel down and show respectfully, you're not doing this right. That's a sign of respect, by the way, to kneel. It's kneeling. Saying respect to the flag, to our country, and everything we stood for. I won't stand for our national anthem until you fix racism. Till you fix what's fundamentally wrong with the fact that here he is, a black man, and he can't even drive home without being pulled over and asked a million fucking questions. Yet, I promise you, if you pulled over Tom Brady, the cop would want a picture, an autograph, and he'd be on his way. Suddenly rationalize how even celebrities that are Hispanic, black, whatever, they get the treatment too. They don't even get the celebrity treatment for most people. You get that, right? They don't. And this is what people don't understand. Trust me, they don't. You don't understand that, do you? You think that because they're celebrities, no, they just, no, not people that aren't white. No, not here. That's not happening. That's the problem. You get that, right? I swear I hope you get that. The Will Smith slap. All of it. Again, I made a point that if there was white guys doing that, slapping each other, they would hide that. They would bury that. The media would never cover it. But because it's black men, suddenly everybody's all over this. You know it. No, you know it. It's the truth. It wouldn't be a story otherwise. People wouldn't care. They probably think it's funny. So what? Probably think it's part of the show. Like when Jim Carrey got moved from his seat because things have happened like this before where he like just tries to be respectful and nice. No, like I think that actually happened and he was just trying to be nice and make a joke out of it so that he didn't look bad, worse than they were already making him look. Now, I know Jim has come a long way and stuff like that, like, and his private business isn't any of my business to talk about or say or anything like that. It really isn't. And I wish more people would do that. But, again, I'm pretty sure that actually wasn't staged, and that was, like, the precursor to, like, stuff where it's like, yeah, I'm done with Hollywood. Where now he's not. But it's all around that time, too. And it's like, I think that the point was he was sitting in a section for some reason where, like, it was, like, for people that were, like, getting awards or something. Or something like that. And he wasn't supposed to be there. He was supposed to be in a different section or something like that. Because he wasn't up for an award or something. Like, it was so weird. And they did it right. I guess, like, they asked him on mic to move, right? Then they make it part. I thought that was, you know what I'm saying? So, like, I don't know. You can rationalize this part of the show, but maybe it wasn't. That they're actually like that messed up about it. Wouldn't that be something? So, I don't know. I don't know much about that, to be honest with you, but I do know that nobody cared about that with Jim Carrey. Like nobody, that wasn't huge news. No, but Will Smith slapping Chris Rock across the face. Whew, man. Front page everywhere. It's on Time Chris Rock's on Time Magazine now. Yeah, boy, they really relaunched his career because of this. And now, meanwhile, Will Smith, who was like somebody for how long? Everybody loved him. He's on top of the world. In an instant. So you see what memes and you see what social media and you see what people do. And again, I want to reiterate to you, these are Americans. Yo, Will Smith grew up, he grew up in Philly, right? He's from Philly. And we're treating people this way. Like their personal lives, just because they acted in some movies, are anybody's business. And people just like they have their opinions and they sit there and they talk about it and it's a story and it's like, why the hell is this news and not the fact that, oh, I don't know, there's arranged marriages in India? Like the thing I talked about earlier, like why is that not more prominent that people are getting ticked off and talking about that? Why aren't we waging wars against India? India needs to get smacked. India needs to get smacked. All these wars of Afghanistan, they're dirt this and dirt this and this. No, India. India is sitting there propelling endless misinformation, nonsensical crap that just peddles all the stuff around that nation. It helps them sit securely right where they are while everybody else fights amongst each other. That's it. That's what they do. Cowards. Cowards. India is literally just a nation full of skinny, narcissistic cowards. Why do I mention skinny and stuff like that? Have you seen the people? They're not developed. And then the ones from like the rich parts of India and stuff like that. Oh yeah, no, they are. Trust me, they are. Some of them are flat out fat. But they're not smart. No. I mean, geez, you could probably stand there and come up with just a completely ridiculous, political scheme, propaganda. Again, just like, somehow the U.S. causing the war between Russia and Ukraine somehow. Just like that. And they would just believe it. Because, again, they're not really that educated. And then the doctors and stuff like that, a lot of times are. Where then they suddenly have an education well past what most people do. And then they go, yeah, I don't want to live here anymore. Or something like that. Or because they're a doctor, they can live above that and they don't really have to worry as much. Yeah. Yes. They are considered higher class citizen. Trump is trying to do that here, where it's based more on merit, where you're a higher class citizen if you're rich or something like that. Just like I explained with taxes, where you're expecting, where again, under Trump's tax plans, it will raise the tax rate for middle class while lowering a tax percentage for rich people. So somebody that makes millions of dollars a year gets to pay less in taxes than you do. That's not right. And I already explained this. It'd be like if you went to the grocery store and you were subdivided. And again, the person that appeared to be rich had his little rich person card or whatever, was put in this line. And then the person that's middle class and doesn't have the rich person card or whatever, they're put into this line. And they both have that same item, but maybe that item is $3.17 for the rich person. That'll be $3.17, sir. All right, here you go. And then meanwhile, the tax rate's much higher for the person that's middle class. So even though they bought the same thing, they're buying this one item, it's the same as the guy in the line next to him. But because they're not rich and they don't have lots of money, now they have to pay more in taxes. Now, instead of that item being $3.17, it has a higher tax and it's $5.17. Imagine that. Imagine paying $2 more for something because you're poor instead of rich. That's what Trump's tax plans do. It's literally what they do. Not on sales tax, obviously, but income. Yes. That is literally what it's doing. So just to explain that, when Trump was in office the first time, he passed a tax plan under Republican controlled Senate, I believe. Republican controlled Congress in general. They passed a tax plan that would do exactly what I just said. It didn't matter that Biden won an election and came into office. That tax plan is still a law, a bill, that does that with your taxes. So unless Biden passes a new tax bill under, the current Congress, working with them, which isn't really what he would do, which is what your senators and stuff should be doing. But again, unless he does that, again, that's not going away. That's still just Trump's tax plan. It's still there. Till a Democrat or somebody does something about that terrible thing that a Republican came in and did, it just sits there. And that Republican is just going to blame a Democrat. So the point was to always make it look like, and that was what it did. It boosted it slightly for middle class, but then what it did was it would drastically lower it by the time he was out of office, so it would appear to be Biden. So that way, by the time Trump was out of office, if there was a Democrat in, it would literally just be obviously tanking, where the taxes are literally just going up for middle class under Biden. And it's not his tax plan, it's Trump. So that's typically what happens. And people just think it's the Democrat because, again, they don't understand how due process works. They don't get that these things take time. And that the results of the previous administration usually take that 4 years. Trump, he's making impressions now because he's sending executive orders for things, going past the courts. He's doing everything immediately. That's very dangerous, very damaging to our government. And this is what other countries like. This is what other intelligence organizations love. They love this so much. This is everything to them. If this guy can come in and do the dirty work for him, whew, they love this. And he is. And again, this isn't just me, this is everybody. This is the majority. Anyway, let's keep. I sort of didn't continue. I was like going on a little bit of a, a path there with that line of thinking. So let's get back on to what we were saying here and finish this answer up. There's really not much left to this, but again, this was a really, really good answer. Really good examples actually given here from Gemini. Again, what this was us starting with, can you compile a list of things that people would expect a Democrat president to be removed from office but have been silent when Trump does it. So this has been good. We have had lots of intelligence come out of this. Now I want you to notice how malicious that bitrate is, all while the concurrence dropped to next to nothing, and us having talked about what we talked about earlier with Trump's NSA and DOJ under his control, where he is trying to affect free speech, and it is incredibly illegal, and he cannot do it. So this is what Trump is doing. Instead of running the country, instead of actually like growing a pair of balls, he's literally just in here hanging on everything I say, hanging on every word everybody says that's bad about him. He has to have a ball cap that has the thing embroidered on it that says, "I was right about everything." What child needs to wear a hat that says, "I was right about everything"? What child needs to wear that? And any adult across the world realizes what mental problems he has. Any psychiatrist is going to look at that guy like an adolescent. Like, literally. He cannot think past the mind of a 14, 15-year-old. He literally just wants everybody to recognize he's right, they're wrong, and he has to embroider it on a red hat for you. So, bear that in mind. And bear in mind the nonsense happening to the bitrate. Okay, so under still ethical and legal conduct, we have a next bullet point here where we will say legal challenges and lawsuits. Trump faced multiple civil and criminal investigations and was named as an unindicted co-conspirator in a federal grand jury investigation. It's incredibly serious. While this led to significant controversy, it did not lead to his removal. So again, pointing out things that people would never allow Obama or Biden, any one of these people, and Trump is literally faced multiple civil and criminal investigations and was named as an unindicted co-conspirator in a federal grand jury investigation. Now, I want you to really notice how the bitrate is very maliciously shifting around as the concurrence dropped to next to nothing to lie about how many people are actually in here hearing this. I want you to just sort of see that. Yeah. And we had experienced this before, where if you remember toward the end of our stream where we got, before when we would discuss this, so we were getting near 1,000 views. This started happening before. Bitrate shift, and then it dwindled down to 0 concurrence the whole rest of the stream. Even though we were starting to all of a sudden see 30 and 40 concurrence and something kind of like that, where it's just really high numbers that we don't normally see all of a sudden bursting through, conveniently as we're talking around you know, rationalizing things that people should rationalize about Trump, and making really good points. And all while that's going on, we see that shift where nobody's in the stream anymore, and then the views are like halted. We see them start to remove views as we're live. I literally see them start coming off as we're live, basically lying, just like Trump has always done. Trump is a massive fraudster. He's a fraud scammer. He's been doing that his whole life. That's why he got sued so many times in New York. And he would blame like the mob and the mafia and stuff like that. And it was literally Trump. Trump is literally worse than the mob. Yeah. That's the point. And then after this, you see, I want you to notice after this weirdness happens with the views, where the bitrate shift happens, I want you to notice we see only 2, where it's a capped concurrent rate. There's nothing above 2 that's going to happen for the rest of the stream now. They will never allow that, and all they're probably going to do is maybe allow like 3 or 4, like one, maybe like once or twice to try to make me wrong, since I've now said that. But you won't see any consistent normal concurrence now, or like before we would see 6 and we would see, 9 or something like that. Now you're not going to see that, where that bitrate shift was a deterrent for them to use to essentially just lie about the amount of concurrence, so that later they can start removing them after the stream finishes and lie about that better. I have tons of screenshots for you to show you how crazy some of the nastiness has been behind the scenes on YouTube the past few days. I have plenty. Where there was like huge amount, like I couldn't even, it was so bad. So after I finished my last stream, I couldn't even change the thumbnail, couldn't even look at videos, or like nothing was showing up. Somebody was in there screwing around. And then I got a copyright for 1 minute of the video game audio in that Terminator game. Yep. And remember all the problems I said I've been having before, where we had scammers sitting here trying to cause copyright flags on the content and stuff, just to get the things flagged and all that. It's just an excuse to try to scam the stream. And then as soon as I fixed that, they halted the views. Like basically it got to a certain point, and then I could confirm easily it was never getting any more views after that. And if I say this on a stream or I talk about it, what they do is they throw 1 or a couple views at it. Most of the time it really is just 1 to try to make me look wrong. But they'll literally just throw a couple more views at it, and then like in a month or so they'll take them off. I've seen it too many times. And so that's where like I've been following this, where it's like conveniently around this is where the NSA basically is very obviously under Trump, DOJ, NSA, that sort of thing is obviously in here watching, and then they're just removing all of that, lying about it. And they shouldn't be in here to begin with. Yeah, like that's how dangerous this is. This is so stupid. Like the NSA actually being that stupid that they're focused on me and not actual threats. That's a dumb agency. It's not intelligence. That's dumb. You gotta be concerned about me? I am not a terrorist. There's terrorists actually in this country. Yeah. And this is what they're doing. This is what the NSA is spending their time doing under Trump. This is what you have to be really, really concerned. This is really dangerous. Anyway, then the follow-up, headline here, partisan political considerations. We got a couple bullet points here. Impact of political polarization. A 2024 study by the Democracy Fund found that Republicans were more inconsistent than Democrats in their views on congressional oversight and media scrutiny of the president, depending on whether a Democrat or Republican held the office. I agree. And this is what I talked about before, where just like me, other people that, again, I'm not really, I wouldn't say Democrat, but that's the point. Like, Democrats can hold themselves accountable. Like, that is sort of the point. They're similar, where a lot of them are centrist viewpoint too, where they're doing more conservative stuff lately. That's what they're doing. And flat out, we see evidence of this with Trump taking credit for everything that Obama did and stuff like that, trying to anyway. And so when you rationalize that, just like all the other intelligence agencies are, just, again, the point is, if I can do it, other intelligent people are doing it, and the other intelligence agencies all over these other countries, trust me, they're rationalizing it too. The only difference is they're not going to be fooled by an idiot that just can't, literally, he has to embroider this crap on a hat that says I was right about everything. They're not going to be fooled by that. Okay? That's the point. You need to realize they're going to use that. They think that's great. Oh, he can't be wrong about anything. Again, it was just like when he showed up for when he was first in office. He showed up to the United Nations meeting, like, wasn't he like 20 minutes late? And he showed up to the meeting. This is what I think Putin took advantage of him. I think Putin told him to do this because Putin does this. But it's not what you do. It's just rude. It's not a power play. It's rude. So basically, he shows up 20 minutes late. All these leaders are waiting for him, NATO and everything. All these nations are there waiting for the President of the United States, and he's just recently sworn in. So they don't really know much about him yet. All they've seen is from media. And right then and there, instantly, he shows them everything the media has been saying is absolutely true about him. Right then and there. He shows them how ridiculously stupid he actually is. And he just starts talking propaganda. He doesn't have anything intelligent to say. He's been in office, I think, at that point, maybe a couple months, right? Something like that. And he literally just starts going off about how he's the greatest president already. He's already done all these things, and they're so great. Like all the stuff he used to say, where like it was very simple declaratives that weren't true. He hadn't done anything. It was stuff Obama did, so it made his, his administration look good, because he came into office with the record job growth, and Obama was amazing. So yeah, he took that credit. And so he was standing there at the United Nations meeting, not with a plan, not with a speech, not with a, this is how I'm going to be for NATO and for the rest of the world to understand his position. No, just, I'm an idiot. I'm going to stand here and be 20 minutes late and show everybody how much of a fucking idiot I am. And they all laughed at him. Every single person in that room laughed at Donald Trump. And you wonder why Donald Trump can't take losing and can't take... Yeah, this is why. Because, again, he's a narcissist. He's never, in his mind, lost anything. So this is where you can take that into consideration. And, again, notice how they sit here and do that because they're trying to hide that concurrent number. They're trying to keep it at 2. Remember how I said that? And it's conveniently at 2? Yeah. And then conveniently it shifts up to 3 as I refresh, but trust me, it would have been seriously higher than that. So you must rationalize that when whoever's doing this, can see the traffic that's about to come in here. That's very dangerous. That's very serious. And again, yes, it's the NSA using malicious context to screw with United States citizens. It is incredibly illegal and is the opposite of what that administration is supposed to do. They're supposed to be screwing with terrorists. It's the truth. Everything they're doing to me is what they're supposed to be doing to terrorists. It's crazy. Lunacy. A second bullet point here under the partisan and political considerations. A second bullet point here, shifting definitions of high crimes and misdemeanors. The Constitution's impeachment standard is broad, allowing for interpretation influenced by partisan politics. In Trump's 2 impeachments, Republicans consistently argued his actions did not meet the standard, a position many Democrats argued was inconsistent with how they would have been treated as a Democratic president. And I agree. I absolutely agree. And so again, we've seen the most censorship and most influence to the stream while talking conveniently about this subject, and conveniently this is the one subject where if Donald Trump was using our own U.S. organizations to screw with people for mind control and stuff like that, this is exactly what they would interrupt. Where I'm sitting here and I'm rationalizing how you would all expect a Democrat to never do a single one of these things that Donald Trump has done. And there are just a ton of them. So, I have a few more points here. Some stuff we're going to talk about. I need to step away again briefly. I am sorry about that. Like I said, I know I wear it well, but I'm not feeling the greatest. I often wear it pretty well. I need to step away briefly, and I'll be back momentarily. And there's going to be some points. There's going to be some more points. Again, we want to keep this as centrist as possible, even with the politics. We're trying to stay as centrist and middle of the road as possible, so that way you guys can, actually take a look at what I consider and what other people, intelligent people, might consider center of the road, because I just don't think anybody does that. I don't think anybody gives that opinion. I think people give it with their bias. And I can do that. I can tell you, like, if I was this way or that way, this is how I should look at it. I've told you these things. I've told you, I believe in conservative values and stuff like that. It's just, truthfully, the Democrats have been doing the conservative stuff lately. And that's... I've been trying to sort of kind of show you that and prove that as best I can. That's a centrist way to look at that. Again, it's the non-propaganda way to look at it. It's the truth. That people don't want to believe, unfortunately, just because, again, they come from a certain, political side where they look at it a different way. And yes, I realize it seems like it panders to the Democratic bias, because it definitely is something they can use to their advantage. They have had successful Democrats, for sure. But that doesn't discredit what they did. That doesn't discredit the actual truth and facts of what they were able to do and accomplish while using the concepts of conservatism and ethical values, for sure. So again, you can look at it that way, but just don't sit here and think that it's every single one of them. Um, where again we have that example happening on the other side, where it is Republican controlled, and the Democrats are trying to stop Trump from this or that to help you to conserve your ethics and your rights, your freedom of speech, your freedom to do this, and freedom of the press, freedom of expression, yada yada yada. And Trump's trying to take it away left and right, and the Republicans are giving him all the power to do it. That's really what's happening. And that is the middle of the road way. A very democratic leaning way would be if I were to stand here and just tell you that Trump deserves to be in prison and lock him up, same as what they said with Hillary. And no, I would be saying that. No, don't sit here and do what the other side did. We can talk about it like we just did, but don't cast that. Get what I'm saying? Don't do that. Don't be them. Because then the propaganda wins. You have to find another way. You have to find an intelligent way. So, taking us all into consideration again as I take a short break here, and we'll be back soon. Thank you so much. Okay. So let's have a brief intelligent conversation about tissue boxes, shall we? This is like I view things a certain way, and anytime like I see a flawed design, I feel like I always have to call it out. Like it's so obvious a lot of times. Like I can't be the only one that thinks this too. Why is it that like with certain tissue boxes? Now I'm not saying anything bad about like any brand or anything. Like it's just a criticism. But why oh why oh why? The first tissue I pull from certain ones, why does like a chunk of like 5 come with it? Like it's like literally folded that way. I can't pull one out. Literally, it's physically impossible to pull a single one out the first time. Like 5 come with it. That's what I was showing you. I'm like, why would I want to waste 5 tissues? I can't stuff them back in there. Like I can try, I guess, but like I'm trying to stuff them back in there, and like ultimately I'm gonna pull one of them out and was gonna fall to the floor, you know. So like I never understand why they can't prep the tissues properly. That's just a matter of folding, you know. So I just always wonder, like with this mass, you know, like manufacturing and all this vast knowledge we have, why is the president not doing more of that? Or like he's a businessman, right? Why can't he sit here and give ingenious ideas to these companies to do something better than what they did before? You know, like why can't he spend time on that or infrastructure or something like that? Why is he? You get what I'm saying? Like, I can't be the only one that feels that way about like certain things, and like you could just immediately see a better way to do something. Then apparently everybody at that company that thinks that, you know, they all buy those tissues, they all use them, and they couldn't possibly have thought at any point during the however many years it's been like that that's not the correct way to do that. I can't possibly be the only one, you know what I'm saying? Excuse me a second. Yeah, I just don't want to waste tissues, man. That's all. Or like how many times is like not all paper towel brands, but like how many times do you see a paper towel brand with like the end of it glued incorrectly where you have to like destroy the paper, the first one? Like it's all torn up and stuff, and like maybe you could use it, maybe, hopefully. But like the first one you tear, like it's destroyed or something. Like I will always question like something like that. But anyway, I got another coffee here. All right, let's keep going. This country. Yeah, I just wow. Yeah, that was a big one. I didn't know about that. That was crazy. All right. So, I asked. There was a follow-up question. It recommended. It said, "What other actions are seen as double standard?" So I decided to use the suggestion follow-up question to ask Gemini exactly that, and it gave quite a list here. There's quite a bit here. So let's look at some of this. What other actions are seen as double standard? And remember, what we're talking about here is we're talking about things that, you know, Donald Trump has done. We're talking about things he's actually done. That if a Democratic president also did these things, you would want them impeached, removed from office. You would be like freaking out. We're talking about that. We've already gone through all this different stuff already. What other actions are seen as double standard? So let's go through that. Allegations of partisan double standard regarding Donald Trump's presidency extended beyond foreign relations and democratic norms to several areas of presidential conduct. Isn't that interesting how it even recognizes beyond democratic norms? Something I even called out, where this is not, we're not even just talking about Democrats, we're talking about being center, like anybody should see it this way. Republicans too. So you know, fasten your seatbelts. Here we go. Critics argue that Republicans were silent on or even defended Trump's actions that would have likely provoked outrage and demands for removal if a Democratic president had committed them. All right, so it says attacks on the justice system. First bullet point, insulting judges and legal officials. Throughout his presidency and afterwards, Trump publicly attacked federal judges, prosecutors, and the FBI when they oversaw his cases or investigated his actions. Yep. The behavior was often met with silence or support from his party, whereas a Democratic president would likely face bipartisan condemnation for undermining judicial independence. That's a very good point. This is a very good point. Weaponizing, next bullet point, weaponizing law enforcement and pardons. Critics allege that Trump used the power of his office to target political rivals and allies. This includes his pressure on the Justice Department to investigate his opponents and his use of presidential pardons for individuals who aligned with his political goals, such as those convicted in the January 6th insurrection. These actions would be viewed as gross abuses of power if undertaken by a Democrat. I completely agree. Completely agree. Totally agree. 100%. Interesting, isn't it? How there is this massive double standard that we could follow. You know, we've seen plenty of people talk about this too. I'm not the only one. Sorry. Okay. Third bullet point, abusing the power of pardons. The use of pardons to reward loyalty or obstruct justice is a key concern for critics. Absolutely. That's insane. During and after his presidency, Trump dangled pardons for people who refused to cooperate with investigations. This had been condemned as a cynical misuse of presidential power to undermine accountability. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I agree. For sure. It's again, like, you can't... Even Obama warned Trump about abusing that power. And here he is doing it. You know, like again, like just people predicting what he would do. That's what you can draw from that. You know, him warning him not to do it is him predicting he would do that. So, hence the warning. Why else would he? Ethical conduct and conflicts of interest. First bullet point: conflict of interest. Critics claim that Trump's refusal to divest deprive of power, rights, or possession. Interesting. Okay. Critics claim that Trump's refusal to divest his financial interests created unprecedented conflicts of interest. I would have used a different word for that. Just, that's a divulge. Divulge. No, not divulge. I guess that would work. I wouldn't have used divest. Good word though, because I didn't know what it was, and now I do. Anyway, now we all do. Critics claim that Trump's refusal to divest his financial interests created unprecedented conflicts of interest. Examples include foreign governments and lobbying groups booking rooms at his hotels to gain influence and use of government funds at his private businesses. Do you have any idea how that is a terrorist? That is treason? Holy sh... Yo, like, basically, like, not the act of, like, the meeting, but, like, it's obvious, like, what's happening, what's transpiring there, where they're doing that. You get what I'm saying? Like, why else? Lobbying, foreign governments and lobbying groups booking rooms at his hotels to gain influence and use of government funds at his private businesses. Jeez. A Democratic president would be expected to place their assets in a blind trust to avoid such conflicts, and Republican opposition would be fierce if they did not. Absolutely. Absolutely. These are such good points. And remember, this is the double standard. Gemini had a suggested follow-up. What other actions are seen as double standard that Trump has done that would be condemned if a Democratic president did it? And we already went through all that stuff earlier before we took a quick break and then came back. And Gemini, we started going through what other actions are seen as double standard. And again, just this is where we are. This is insane. And I agree that yeah, that's a huge double standard for sure. That's massive. Holy. That's like say a prayer, you know? Okay. Nepotism. Here we go. Nepotism. Trump's appointments of his children and son-in-law to prominent White House roles were criticized by ethics groups, but generally defended by his supporters. Other presidents have also faced accusations of nepotism, but the scope of Trump's family's involvement, especially when it intersected with foreign policy and business interests, is often cited as a distinct double standard. Yeah, absolutely, especially Don Jr. Combining literally like one of the biggest Ponzi schemes we've seen in how long. And he's literally just doing it right under your noses while combining all these Bitcoin companies into one conglomerate and just getting away with consolidating. Oh, jeez. Anyway. Like, you know if Biden did that or Obama did that. Oof. Bullet point. Last bullet point of this one, of the ethical conduct and conflicts of interest. Using office for personal gain. Observers say Trump used the presidency as a tool for personal enrichment, promoting his businesses and properties. This differs significantly from the standards of previous presidents who largely avoided mixing personal business with official duties. I agree. I agree that for the most part, we never really saw that with, like, at least in modern history. Like, you'd have to go back pretty far. I'm sure if you went back to, like, Taft or something like that, you'd find plenty of that. But, like, you'd have to go back pretty far. Like, again, I think in modern history, most of our presidents have been pretty ethical and separated themselves from the decisions that they made in office, and regardless of propaganda and stuff like that to get that position, we had really ethical people for a long time until this whole fake news nonsense. So, attacks on norms and institutions, attacking the press, like I just mentioned. It's exactly what I was, like, literally before I even read it. That's crazy. Attacking the press. Like the amount of times AI and I were, like, on the same mind track with the stuff, like, where that's where our minds went right after another. It's crazy. Attacking the press. Trump routinely attacked and undermined the credibility of independent news organizations. He deemed critical of his administration, labeling them fake news and the enemy of the people. While previous presidents have had strained relationships with the press, critics allege that Trump's rhetoric and actions went beyond the pale. They argue that a Democratic president using similar language would face relentless accusations of attacking the First Amendment. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. As Trump is. And he should face more criticism. From his base especially. Next bullet point, disrespecting Democratic conventions. Critics allege that Trump's conduct, from questioning election results to his rhetoric regarding democratic institutions, often violated long-standing conventions of presidential behavior. Many of these actions were framed as mere stylistic quirks by his supporters, but would have been characterized as fundamental threats to democracy if they came from a Democratic leader. Yeah, absolutely. And you see the full-on bullshit censorship. We pointed this out ever since we started this, but notice when we left, we were getting a lot of concurrence in here. We were at like 5 and stuff like that. And again, as soon as we came back, we saw this nonsense where they're trying to censor what we're saying, even though we know we're getting people in here. And we mentioned that earlier, how as soon as we talked about the NSA, and we talked about Trump misusing the power of the DOJ and the NSA, as soon as we talked about that, we saw a massive censorship where we saw it go from 6 concurrence instantly down to 1, and then we saw a massive censorship where they were doing it, we're shifting the bit rate around where it hadn't shifted around before. And again, we see this now as we continue to lay it on thick, that you would expect this out of a Democrat, and the Democrats are very obviously not the problem. It's the Republicans that are the problem. We're very obviously laying that on thick. It's very clear. It's very clearly coming from an AI, a very intelligent AI that can piece all this together. As soon as we see this and we're talking about it, we see the censorship of the views, where again there's just one concurrent in here. We are in a live feed. There would be tons of people just coming in and out, as there were. And we talked about how this happened before. We talked about how, again, before the same thing happened, where as soon as that bit rate shifted around maliciously, as it did earlier, we went down to absolutely no concurrence for the rest of the stream, and they started lying about taking off views and stuff like that, just like you saw before, where the stream was poised to get thousands and instead sat at hundreds conveniently after that happened. Well, the same thing is going to happen to this stream, and is happening to this stream. Again, as I mentioned it, they add one, but there's more people in here. There's plenty of people in here. We saw evidence even on my gaming stream just yesterday in Terminator When we were playing Terminator, we saw evidence. 365 was in the stream. He was talking in the stream, and they literally took it all down to 0. Right when 365 was in the stream, literally as he was talking, and I was like, wow, 365, you see those concurrents, how they're just lying? You're in the still in the stream, right? And he was like, yep, here I am. And he was still talking, and I kept refreshing it like I am now, and it just said 0. And I had to go, hey, YouTube. I had to actually, like, do that. And then conveniently, yeah, and then this is when it dropped from, like, a high number to nothing, sort of like it just did. Sort of like it just did. There's your proof. They just do it. So all this is going to be on the record, on evidence. There's definitive proof here. All I'm doing is refreshing this thing. And that's why they previously sat here and tried to break that. So I couldn't do that and show that to you. And you notice how it is lower, until considerably lower number than it was. Yeah, they're trying to really mess up the trending so that people don't. I reasonably put this together, and if enough people listen to what I say where it's like this, they're concerned that this would change the minds of certain people, the way I say it and stuff like that. For sure. So they sit here and they cause these problems. And this is Donald Trump's NSA. As we already talked about, we saw that nonsense with the concurrence earlier, as soon as we mentioned that. And it's been nonstop ever since. And you see it cycle down too, where it wasn't before. There it is. Fascinating. So let's keep going here. The final bullet point of attacks on norms and institutions. Promoting alternative facts. Before I even read this, the statement alternative facts is an oxymoron. Yep. The statement's an oxymoron. Like, literally, it doesn't exist. There is no alternative to a fact. There is a fact. That is it. You do not state it unless it's a fact. There is no alternative to it. It is what it is. A fact. You can't change the information, because then it wouldn't be a fact. So again, there's no alternative to a fact. Before I even read this. Now, promoting alternative facts. The promotion of misinformation and false claims by the Trump administration and its allies was a hallmark of its presidency. While political spin and exaggeration are common, as I've stated too, critics say the scale and unapologetic nature of the falsehoods amounted to an assault on the concept of the object of truth itself. Exactly. The objective of truth itself. They argue that a Democratic president engaging in similar levels of deliberate falsehoods would face much greater scrutiny and opposition. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. For sure. So, all very, very good points. Very good points. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I'm gonna dig into my apricots here. They're good. Look how good they look. Irresistibly plump and succulent dried apricots. I agree. Number one ingredient, apricots. Really? You don't say. Alright. Give more details. So this was a follow-up question suggested by Gemini, so I clicked it. Give more follow-up details on alleged instances of using the presidency for personal gain. Alleged. I actually usually say alleged. I think that's more correct, by the way. So give more examples on alleged instances of using the presidency for personal gain. Alleged is like Old English. Alleged is like correct, modern. I believe that's the way to look at it. More accepted. I should say correct, more accepted. Okay. Accusations that Donald Trump used the presidency for personal financial gain during his first term and its aftermath revolve around his refusal to divest. Again, that word, I'm glad we looked that up. From his businesses and his leveraging of the presidency for private business deals. That's a lot to unpack. Let's accusations that Donald Trump used the presidency for personal financial gain during his first term and in its aftermath revolve around his refusal to divest from his businesses and his leveraging of the presidency for private business deals. Critics allege that this set of precedent of unparalleled monetization of this set a precedent of unparalleled monetization of the presidency. Interesting, isn't it? So he monetized the presidency. I agree with that, actually. That's what he did. Instead of a paid government position where you're, commanding the military and you're making intelligent, smart decisions on running the country and all that, it appears to be about monetization for yourself. Alleged emoluments clause violations. The U.S. Constitution's emoluments clauses generally prohibit a president from receiving gifts or benefits from foreign or domestic governments. Oh no, is it going to bring it up? Critics alleged that Trump's business holdings routinely violated these clauses. Routinely. Yeah, how about when Donald Trump recently accepted a plane from Qatar? How we already talked about that. Literally, that's Al-Qaeda giving Trump a plane. And he just goes, oh, cool. Thanks. Foreign government spending at Trump properties. That's the first bullet point. Foreign officials reportedly spent money at Trump properties, including the Trump International Hotel in Washington, D.C., according to a report by House Democrats, the Trump Organization received over $5.5 million from foreign governments and state-owned enterprises during his presidency. What? Watchdog groups like Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington tracked millions more in alleged foreign government payments. Wow. So $5.5 million from foreign governments and state-owned enterprises during his presidency. Wow. You know, that's that sort of like treason thing that we talked about, where it's like accepting things from the enemy. So he's been doing this on a regular. Huh. Next bullet point, approval of foreign trademarks. The Trump administration received final and preliminary approval for valuable trademarks from foreign countries like China and Brazil, in some cases after years of being stalled. Wow. Next bullet point, international business deals. The Trump administration pursued lucrative deals with foreign companies and governments, including in countries where he had political interests. Yeah. And as for like the countries like Trump organization stuff, I know even before that, if you were following things and looking stuff up, you know that Trump imported the steel he used for his buildings was like Chinese steel and stuff like that. Like he had like deals and stuff like ever. All while claiming to be against, doing that, and then sitting here and creating all these tariffs and a trade war and stuff. So next point here, official government activities at Trump properties. Critics cite instances where Trump used his official platform to direct business toward his family properties. Yeah, I've definitely remembered some of that. Trying to remember specific ones. I think there. Remember how I said there was that that thing that was supposed to be like a charity. That definitely. I don't know if it was property, but it. It went to Don Jr., I think, so, just in their pocket in general. But anyway, first bullet point, scheduling official government events. The G7 summit was originally scheduled to be held at the Trump National Doral Miami Resort in 2020. This drew bipartisan criticisms and was ultimately moved. So yeah, basically he was trying to have the G7 summit at, the Trump Miami resort. Pretty messed up. Next bullet point, frequent presidential visits. Trump frequently visited his own properties for official and personal purposes. That's true. That is true. Critics contend that this amounted to free marketing for his businesses and was a way for those seeking influence to curry favor. That's interesting. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, alright, so let's talk about this for a second. Trump frequently visited his own properties for official or personal purposes. Critics contend that this amounted to free marketing for his businesses and was a way for those seeking influence to curry favor. For sure. So, let's say he's bringing, it says for official and. So like if he's using it for official businesses, so like what? Like he brings people there from other countries? And meanwhile, they're scammers. Like they think like this, so they just learn info about him and stuff like that, and he doesn't know because he's, doing stuff like this. And meanwhile, they're doing this, and they're just using him probably, learning stuff, taking pictures, whatever. And meanwhile, he's doing this, and probably like doing business deals with them too. Like the same people he's taking there for official things. And then meanwhile, they're doing those things. They're like definitively. I guarantee you, they're like regardless of whether Donald Trump thinks they're not, they did those things. I guarantee you, they took secret pictures. They recorded secret things. They planted things. They were terrorists. They came here to do that, so they did it. They gave him a plane that he accepted. So anyway. That's how you should look at that. That's how, again, other intelligence agencies would look at that, and our own intelligence agencies probably look at that too. There's no reason not to look at it any other way. I'm sorry. There's no reason to look at it any other way. Seriously, that's how you would look at that. Because that's a very serious possibility. That's not even like a small percentage. That's like, I would guess in the 70 to 80% chance that. If he had somebody from one of those nations that I mentioned earlier, like Qatar, any of them that are like Al Qaeda and stuff like that is going on there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh girl. Yeah, that's bumped up to like 70-80%. If they're Russians, about the same, I think. Hosting political events. Next bullet point, hosting political events. Special interest groups, political organizations, and foreign government-linked entities held events at Trump properties, allegedly paying millions to gain access to the administration. That's insane. So buying into the administration, that's weird. Policy decisions and personal business interests. Several Trump administration policies were seen as potential benefiting his business empire. Oh, I'm sorry, I misread that. Several Trump administration policies were seen as potentially benefiting his business empire. The first bullet point, Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017. The law included a tax cut on pass-through income from businesses like the Trump Organization. Critics claimed this benefited Trump and his family directly. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Of course it did. Yeah. Take note of the massive censorship of the views. We had all this viewership. We were talking about all this stuff earlier. And then all of a sudden, boom. So take note of that. And remember, it happened conveniently after we mentioned this earlier. It happened, like the NSA the whole thing. It happened after the malicious bitrate. We also saw again all the concurrence drop out, and it's exactly as I said it was going to be. There's just one person in here constantly watching, conveniently, but there's not. It literally they're just lying. It's normal views. They're just lying about it. They just take it down to whatever they wanted to say. So just throwing that out there that's what you're seeing there. It's not, actually one person. It's probably a bunch. It's probably like all over the place, and people know when they're in here and stuff like that. And I've certainly seen that locked one concurrent view on every device that I come in on where it's not being truthful. If I go by what the counter on YouTube says, it's not being accurate when I come in the stream, and that's that can be said about anybody then that's watching, you know, or it just lies and says there's one, even though that counter tells you the truth, and so they try to break it and they have to refresh it. That's the point. So anyway, just take that all into account. Let's continue here. Deregulation is the next bullet point. The administration rolled back regulations concerning oil companies and the financial sector, which critics claimed could benefit Trump's business interests. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Work policy visa, next bullet point. Changes to the work policy visa were seen as beneficial to the hospitality businesses run by the Trump organization. That's a pretty vague statement. I wonder why it comes to that conclusion. Post-presidency business deals. Even after his first term, critics point to new business ventures that allegedly leverage his influence and raise similar conflicts of interest questions. Cryptocurrency ventures. Here it is. First bullet point. Trump launched new cryptocurrency ventures with critics, which critics, say allow him to receive payments from various interests, including foreign actors. Yes, exactly. The whole point is that they're covering up the fact that they're getting rich off of all this money that all these scammers stole from everybody, this Bitcoin and crap, and they're gonna get it. And they're trying to get it, and they're trying to, you know, like they some of them stole it. Some of them probably did steal it from you. Some of them probably are the scammers that make sure they're the leak, you know. They gave your data to all these people because, you know, conveniently after Donald Trump was president, all these breaches happened. Yeah, because people in his administrations are just terrorists and... you get what I'm saying? Trump's hiring the Secretary of Defense is the freaking CEO of ExxonMobil over in Russia. I mean, come on. Okay, so... Secretary of Defense? Secretary of Defense. Let's see. First time as president. I think like you know, like the point is that there's reasons why he was like doing these things. It doesn't make any sense, you know. And you see the censorship, or a whole stream. There's been all these concurrents, but yet conveniently, as I mentioned this, and we start getting closer to home, you just see all the censorship where it's like just lies, man. You have to keep refreshing because it's just lies. And then just like I said, they're going to add one. They're going to add like one or a couple, then it's not going to look real. It's not going to be real. It's not going to be like it was earlier. It was like 5 and 6 and 9. You know, like, no, it's not going to be that. It's going to be just made up stuff. Yeah. Because, again, that's the reality of the world you will live in if, you know, you sit here and you allow somebody to take office the third time. You know, this child that has to embroider on a hat that has the most powerful position in the world. He has to embroider on a hat. He was right about everything, even though he's wrong about everything. He has to embroider that on a hat. Has to. That's how childish the man in the most powerful position in the world is. You need to put that together. That is incredibly important for you to piece that together, for you to accept that. That's what any intelligent person accepts about him. Like anywhere. Like KGB. You know, KGB is Russia's intelligence organization. That's them. You know, we have the CIA, they have the KGB. The UK has MI6. You know, like that's the point. And so, you know, they're rationalizing this too. And they're saying, yeah, that's one of our chances. That's like a 60% chance or this percent chance he's right to think that way. We think that way too. Somebody else thought that way too. We thought about it too. Yeah. Yes. Because it's true. Guy's literally just a criminal his whole life. And he has all the money to hide it. He has all the money to sit here and be a convict as a president. That's incredible. And it's also incredible how you don't realize how much money that is. We sat here and talked about even just like thinking about how many people there are in the world. Think about how many billions of people there are in the world. And that doesn't even scratch the surface for the amount of money that Trump is supposedly worth, or even Elon Musk for that matter. Because that's just single digits billions. And then that is so astronomically more than even the amount of people in the United States, which is hundreds of millions, not even billions. So then you realize the vast difference between somebody that's worth millions and somebody that's worth billions. You know, somebody that's worth billions, you can rationalize with everything we've talked about and everything that you know, all the intelligence that we've talked about, the things we've discussed, you can rationalize if somebody's worth billions. 9 times out of 10, that person did it breaking the law. They are a criminal. Something happened where they've broken the law where they can be that rich. 9 times out of 10. Not every time, but 9 times out of 10. Yes. Because, again, there's not that much money. There's not. There's just not. You know, people don't have that much money. It doesn't exist. When you talk about how much people are worth and stuff like that, and they throw around billions, you know what I mean? Like, that makes up the entire circulation sometimes, you know, when they claim to be worth that. They sell all their assets. It's like, okay, that's great, but, like, that doesn't mean that's actually real. You're just basing it on all assets and this, and then other people fall in line. It's made up. It's a way to scam people. This is how rich people have always done it. Yeah, it'd be like saying that somebody that has a high credit rating and can just, you know, charge a whole lot of stuff to their credit cards is a rich person. No, they're not. They might have a high credit limit. It doesn't mean they're a rich person. They have to pay that back. That has nothing to do with anything. That's the difference between Trump and somebody that's a millionaire. Somebody that's a millionaire probably has a ton of bills that coincide with how they live. You know, the things that they do, it costs them this much to, like, all right, so for, like, example, a movie actor, they have to have the best stylist, the best manager, the best this, the best that. Otherwise, they're going to fall behind on some of those areas, and it's going to be very noticeable. They wear it. So the point is, all of those things cost equal to exactly what, you know, would be expected of somebody that can do those skills to that professional grade. So it's expensive. You know, again, their houses cost more because they they feel like they deserve that house. That again, so what you have to realize is it's the fact that everybody surrounding that field, the entertainment field and stuff like that, recognizes just how much work and effort is actually goes into perfecting what they're doing. And it's a lot. And they deserve a lot for giving a lot for the effort. So again, and these are people that sometimes maybe, if they're really lucky, like as an actor, can get to the points, of being worth maybe triple digits millions, hundreds of millions, maybe. And that's not even scratching the surface of $1 billion. Not even scratching the surface of $1 billion. And our national debt is in the tens of trillions. The tens of trillions. Does that put it on perspective for you? And the rich people that are running things upstairs, that don't understand how to balance a budget, just keep adding to it. Because again, they just want more money. They already have billions. And they want more, and they're doing things to get more. How does that make any sense? They're not putting some of their amazing amounts of money that they've worked for into the government to try to help things out a bit. They're not doing that. They're making more money off of it. Oh. That's really bad. And that's the conclusion anybody should arrive at. That's a centrist point of view. That you shouldn't allow Donald Trump to sit here and get richer off the government. That's really messed up. And he is. Again, that guy was almost broke when The Apprentice was going off the air. It was a hoax. He was running for president originally. It was all made up. Yeah, like we all know this. There's evidence of this. Foreign investment. A fund controlled by the Saudi Crown Prince invested $2 billion in a venture headed by his son-in-law, Jared Kushner. There it is. Right there it is. That's it, right there. That's the guarantee it. That's the scam. The scam. That's the one. Guarantee it. What did they fund? Foreign investment. A fund controlled by the Saudi Crown Prince invested $2 billion in a venture headed by his son-in-law, Jared Kushner. What? Oh my god. I was right. I mean, I'm literally right. Guys. Okay. The investment that he invested in for $2 billion was a private equity firm. It was Jared Kushner's private equity firm. You know what that means? Again, if you have an equity thing, it gains people's data, their credit score, all kinds of stuff about their personal identity because it's equity. $2 billion. And it's a private firm. And in July of 2022, oh god, around all those breaches, all around all those other breaches. Yeah, it's that. It's that. And he got like real up. Apparently, like he really defended this. Jared Kushner, whew, guy is a real POS. Sorry, but kind of is. I just, wow. Okay, so anyway, yeah, like, again, it's a fund controlled by the Saudi prince. The heck? Anyway, next bullet point on new business ventures. The Trump family has pursued new development deals and business opportunities in the Middle East and elsewhere. Yeah. Which critics allege may leverage his political influence. Yeah, so there it is. It's right there. We already just discussed it. That. Ethics oversight and congressional inquiries throughout his presidency. Democrats and ethics watchdogs repeatedly raised concerns about these conflicts of interest. Next bullet point. First bullet point here under that. Under ethics oversight and congressional inquiries. Refusal to divest. Unlike past presidents, Trump refused to place his assets in a blind trust, leading to thousands of alleged conflicts of interest. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so this is what we've been talking about. He refuses to place his assets in a blind trust. Like, that's the point. Like, he wants to sit here and make money off the presidency. Everybody knows, like, this is how it works. Litigation over, emoluments, sorry. Litigation over emoluments. Lawsuits were filed against Trump for alleged emoluments clause violations. However, these were ultimately dismissed on procedural grounds after he left office, preventing a definitive judicial interpretation. Interesting. I could see that happening. Remember I said Biden specifically spent his time in office trying to fix things, saying early on he was not sitting there going to try to, like, go on a witch hunt against Trump or anything like that. He was really trying not to do that. So that might have been, you know, some of that where he was really trying not to necessarily do those things and be that guy. And then Trump does the opposite towards Biden. It's crazy. Next bullet point. Congressional inquiries. Democrats in Congress pursued investigations into these conflicts, and some reports were released detailing millions in foreign payments to Trump's businesses. Well, there it is. So, when the Democrats are in Congress and they investigate, they actually find real evidence and can show it. Trump just makes things up. Wow. Oh boy, that's really bad. But this is why we talk about, like, this is this is a conversation about how the world's doing, but the world's only going to do as well as, like, the responsibility put in place by that top nation, where, like, again, you have all these countries around the world that aren't doing it right, that don't get it, that restrict free thought, free thinking, and freedom of the press, and things like that, that give us what we know as culture and expression, and just, the right to be who you want to be as a person, and we don't see this often, is the point. We see the opposite, and it falls again on the responsibility of that top nation, because otherwise, eventually, the top nation gets enveloped by this and must go to war and must deal with it eventually anyway, if it's not dealt with in a smart way. And I don't consider anything that Trump does to be smart. I really don't. I really don't think that Trump is an intelligent person. I think that most intelligent people that even see him talk, again, he doesn't come up with good ideas. He doesn't, otherwise he would have them. He would do things that are helping the country instead of the opposite. He wouldn't have to lie. He wouldn't have to sit here and take credit for things Obama does. He wouldn't have to put on a freaking hat. I was right about everything. He wouldn't have to do those things, because he would be. Those things would just happen. Yeah, there was a time where people thought that about Elon Musk, where they were hanging on to every word he said. They thought he was right about everything, because he is high IQ. And he often does think over people. So people were listening, people were hanging on to it, respecting it. And then he backed Trump, one of the biggest idiots on the planet. So suddenly people stop listening. And he just doubles down. He even helps him out. So suddenly you understand the big deal. Where even intelligent people are fooled until something really bad happens. Then they have to flee the country with a black eye. I think it's kind of obvious to see what's going on. And again, if you want to understand what's going on in the world, again, it all leans on that top nation and the responsibility that they have to the rest of the world to be a certain way and not be the example that it's okay to scam, that it's okay to embezzle, that it's okay to lie and cheat. And, if you're caught lying, you just say, oh, it's fake news, I didn't say that. If it's a scammer, that's a liar. That's just literally the most childish thing that you could do. And you teach that to the rest of the world. That is the example that your next generation is following, the person that you tell them to vote for. He's just making it up, man. I missed every executive order that he sat there and signed. He said it was for this, and it wasn't. It really was just really a lot of nonsense. Complete made-up lies. Most of it really was. Just like when he lost the election to Biden. And instead of having a concession speech like any Republican has before him, he took out ads saying, "Stop the steal." And now remember, again, while in office, he's trying to make sure he's going to be in there a third time. You know it. He has to take that back, but you know what he's really doing. And he has to wear a hat saying, "I was right about everything." He's siding with countries like Russia that are totalitarian, that are communist by nature. You know, they want the Soviet Union back. They're trying to randomly destroy Ukraine and take it over. You know, they're even though that's Russia. That big giant freaking orange thing right there. That's Russia. Even though that's Russia, the biggest country on this map. This whole thing. The whole world. Russia has all this land. And they just randomly invade Ukraine. Killing civilians. Committing war crimes, lying about it. Saying they're not. Of course they're gonna say that. There's some of these people that defend Russia, I feel like they've never looked at a map before. I feel like it's that simple. I feel like that's the problem. Like, you don't look at a map to determine, well, you know, like, just looking at how big they are, really, why would they? Yeah, like, if they really screwed up their land, which Putin did, and that's why you don't want one guy forever, it was fine. Putin destroyed their land. So now he needs more of it. That's it. He destroyed it. There's nothing left for valuable crop space and like just the ecosystem in general because of his non-restrictions. His polluting of the environment, the oil business, ridiculous nonsense where Putin decides that he knows everything and he's the biggest narcissist on the planet. So again, if you try to make him wrong, nope. So he destroyed his own country, biggest one on the map, and then he just randomly invades Ukraine conveniently when we have the biggest idiot on the planet as president. Okay? That's Russia. Right there. And yes, it is very, very close to Alaska up here. It really is. You can walk across, it's so close you can walk. There's the piece that sticks out right there. Or that's green. That's still part of Alaska. Right there it is. So that's where, like looks, you know, like they're putting it flat there, but you know, like that's the other side of the planet there, and that's how big Russia is. It stretches that far. Yeah, it stretches halfway across the planet. Yes. Yes. Russia stretches halfway across the frickin' planet. And he needs more land. Because he's too stupid to adapt ideas that cause regulation. So he can't dump oil waste and destroy the ecosystem. So that way, maybe someday, you'll have creeks and streams and water, algae, life, and you won't destroy it with your oil dumping. Moron. Because that's the problem. Putin's just a moron that's a nice narcissist. He's literally a moron that's a narcissist. That's it. He will never learn anything past what he already thinks. He can't be wrong. He's a dictator. If he's wrong, well, he'll shoot that guy. Yep. He didn't like your opinion. Well, if you're in his country, see ya. Meanwhile, his country stretches halfway across the planet. Right here. This big orange thing. That's Russia. Right there. Halfway across the planet. You know, that thing goes all the way from Alaska to like halfway across Africa, geographically. You get what I'm saying? Like it's like that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about the tip of the United States over here. Like that's how far it stretches. To halfway across Alaska, or I'm sorry, Africa. That's the longitude line, I should say. Is that latitude or longitude? I never remember. I think that's longitude, right? If we're talking about vertical lines, that's longitude, right? But anyway, that's the point. Like, literally, how do you think that guy needs more land? How do you think that he needs more land? That's Russia. We have more people than Russia. We are more populated than Russia. Indonesia is more populated than Russia. India, China. They're all smaller than Russia. And they want to invade and they need more land. Yeah, do you see the point? It's that simple. Do you know there are parts of the world that have never seen this? They probably have no idea what a real map looks like. In North Korea, there's people that think that this is probably North Korea. Like part of, like, Russia or something like that. It's literally, like, right here. That little thing right there. That's North Korea. That. That's the United States, the thing in green. And there's some up here too, Alaska. It's attached to Canada, surprise. And then there's North Korea. Right there. And all the people are lied to and led to believe they're the military world power. They hold the world together. That's North Korea. That little piece of land. Something the size of, like, Connecticut or Vermont. That's what we're talking about. Something the size of, like, Connecticut or Vermont. Something we consider a small state in the United States. You're like, I live in a bigger state than all of North and South Korea put together. And that's just one state, and it's considerably bigger. That's what we're talking about. And meanwhile, Russia is there. That's Russia. Biggest country in the world. And they want more. Look how small the countries in Europe are. Look how small they are. Look at all that. They're like the size of states. Whole countries, the size of states. The size of, like, Ohio and stuff. That's it. And then Russia. This size of, like, Africa. Of, like, all of Africa. That's what it looks like to me. It looks about the size of, like, all of Africa. Yep. The size of a massive continent. That's Russia. That's why Putin disgusts me. That's why I can't stand him. And that's the rationalization you should arrive at, too. That is the centrist point of view. All it takes is one look at this map to be like, yeah, why does he need more land? Oh, cause his is all messed up, so fix it. Don't take over another country by force, you're just gonna mess that one up. You get what I'm saying? All he's gonna do is spread his nastiness and toxicity to the rest of the world and then destroy that too. He didn't fix anything about himself. He just wants to destroy another country so that they can eventually succumb to the same fate that he has in Russia. This is gonna be the same thing. And his economy is tanking. You know, like businesses and stuff in Russia have been forced to pay money to fund the war because the economy is, like, done in Russia. Yep. You know, that's what's going on over there. So, when that's going on, you still look at Russia as, like, the good guys and stuff like that. No, Putin messed up the very moment that he didn't even declare war, just charged forth onto foreign territory with tanks, missiles, and all kinds of stuff. That's it. That's where it stopped. And every day after that the Ukraine said, well, the moment they declare that, you know, that they're going to do a ceasefire, they're going to stop. We'll stop. Until Ukraine finally took over huge portions of Russia and stuff like that. And now they're saying, you know what? Screw you, Putin. You wanted our land? Well, now we have yours. And guess what? The people here, they kind of like the idea of, you know, having democracy and stuff like that. So, maybe he's sort of kind of saying screw you a little bit to Putin. I would too. Any intelligent person would. Because otherwise he's gonna use it. He's gonna do it again. You have to. Zelensky's doing the right thing. Australia, people often think Australia is a pretty big country, and it is. It looks pretty big, right? It's still smaller than China. China's pretty big. But again, tons of mountains. Just tons. Like the kind that it makes it really hard to like drive on and even like fly around and stuff. Like that type of mountain. Like it is hard to get like to certain parts. It's hard to drive from one end to another. But yeah, basically, and then you have Indonesia down here too. What you have to realize too is you have Indonesia down here too. This is Indonesia. See this? It's one of the most populated countries in the world too. And it's like barely anything. It's just like a series of islands. So you just have all these people jammed into these small countries. And like that's always it's always going to be the sort of thing where like it makes it very easy for the government to lie to their people and manipulate things because it's easier to track everybody. Very, very easy. And that's it. You have a larger area, it's harder to... You get what I'm saying? So... now, if you're again, you have a lot of people, it is hard, but it's easier if it's in a smaller area. There's less places for them to go. India is actually fairly large. Now, comparing it to India geographically, India is fairly large, but again, it's about the size of our largest state. So if you consider that in mind, just think about it as that, well, that's not really that big then, considering that that's the most populated country in the world. All these people, 1.5 billion people jammed into one state. Imagine that here. It'd be insane. You wouldn't even, the whole state would look like a city. That's what it would look like. There wouldn't be any room for anything. The whole state would look like a city. Just crime everywhere. Because you're just so many people. Yeah. It'd probably be really bad. In a modern society, it would turn into Night City, from Cyberpunk. It would be something kind of like that, where you just, again, with that type of ruling, where there's no governing, no democracy, you have a certain, where lawlessness, where the corruption of the rich becomes the only rule of law, where there's really lawlessness, but again, if you wrong the wrong rich gang or something like that, that's it, or some like that. You get what I'm saying. And so that's what you obviously are getting here with the Trump administration, where it's just lots of crime within their whole family. And that's where people are sort of chanting this and stuff like that. Oh, they're right. That is one of the more correct things that I've heard said, where people were being belligerent here, and it was just stupid stuff. That's pretty accurate. Saying that's pretty accurate. And that's what we've seen come out of that administration. So with all this in mind, everything we've said up to this point, we want to remember that all around the world, people are only fed the information and facts that they are fed. And, you know, it's up to the you know, like essentially, again, you grow up in India, flat out, their parents think that it's totally normal to marry their 16-year-old daughter off to some adult man. You know, in his 40s or 50s. That's totally normal. You know, like, again, there would be, like, you get what I'm saying? Like, nobody here agrees with that type of thinking. You know, like that type of way of doing things and stuff like that. So when you see an entire country that scams people, the most people in the world are in that country and stuff like that, and that's what's going on, and that's conveniently all around all this other lawlessness in these other countries that think the same way, and we see that very serious attitude is, again, how the average seemingly good family is in that country. You have a perfect example of what is wrong. You know, where again they are taught this is okay, but they don't understand why it's not. And they should. They should fundamentally understand it. But they don't. So maybe sometimes they don't. Some of them probably do, and they're in denial, just like we see in this country with a certain person. So, yeah. They might even see it as the lesser of two evils sort of situation, where it's like, well, would you rather, you know, a guy your age that's struggling and this and that and you know, well, the point is it doesn't matter. The point is, what does she want? Yeah, the point is, like, you don't force people to be intimately involved with anybody, let alone force them to really do anything, but especially that. And so, like, obviously we view that correctly over here, having the free thinking, the education, freedom of the press and stuff like that. But in another country, they're brought up and fully believe from their viewpoints that this is the right thing for their daughter or son or whatever the situation is. But it's just not. Obviously. And you fundamentally know that. But they don't. And so you see how, like, that's a regular thing over there. And again, most populated country in the world. More people think this than you do. But think about the country they came from. And how they've always been lied to. So again, relate that to what this could become here. Where, again, eventually it becomes this thing where just everything that person on the top wants to get away with, that's what we suddenly start rationalizing is now okay for anybody. And it just changes from time to time to time. Oh, who knows? Or it'll be worse, like North Korea, where nothing, like you can't allow any type of individualism or thinking, none whatsoever. Now those folks have to, those folks, it's like lights off at a certain time of the day. Those folks, it's literally like they can't even watch American movies, or it's a crime. That's serious. You know, American visits their country, they're forbidden from looking at the individual. They can't look at them. That's real. You do not want this to happen here. And you do not want Donald Trump to continue lying. You need to hold him accountable, and you need to admit and start making amends with people that you may have. Just admit it and move on. It's going to suck at first, but then remind them, if they hold you accountable and they start making it like you're like, oh, you did this and stuff, remind them they're in the wrong. You didn't do anything. It was misinformation. You believed it and you're sorry, but again, they don't have any right to attack you and to continue holding you accountable for Donald Trump. That's it. And you should stop it there. And again, please, please, please do that. Please admit you were wrong about that man. Please make amends with the people that want to hear that. That it's so important to the regular society. We have this ridiculous back and forth civil war situation where that's what ultimately these nations want. They want us to start fighting. And you have to, it's not us. It really isn't. It's not the people voting for the Democrat. Not this time. Maybe in 3 decades from now that'll be the case. I don't know. But it sure isn't now, and it hasn't been in recent history. And even JFK was a Democrat. And people loved him, remember? That was the whole point. Okay, so just remember that, you know, you can look that stuff up and you can do your due diligence too and start recognizing truth when you see it. And again, if you just start somewhere, if you just accept that, and you go to the people and you say, look, you know, just talk to them, just say, like, let me get through this. Let me say it. Don't interrupt me. Don't say I was right, I knew it. Please just let me get through it. And, you know, it might even be rewarding for you, where you let them finally have this. I'll bet they'll break down and they'll cry and they'll hug you and respect you. And you'll suddenly have real connections again if you do this. Because again, the whole point is everybody feels this way, where there's so many people just denying fact. And they have to separate themselves from these people that live in this fantasy world of lawlessness where they want chaos. They have to separate, otherwise they wind up like that. They start doing those same things too. And it's not okay. So you have to recognize it's you. You have to recognize on the correct, why some are saying the correct side of history and stuff like that. Because it will be. Not now. Obviously it doesn't look like that now. It can't. This will be after Trump's gone. After he's not around anymore. That's when this will be prevalent. You have to recognize that, again, you know, we are all trying to cope with the fact that he was voted in and never should, all while people stormed the Capitol and caused this nonsense, thinking that the very thing that they were so scared of was happening, but is now actually happening, but with Trump. And those very same people that did that are seemingly silent for Trump. You know, you have to admit when you're wrong. You have to take a step back and start doing this. And again, like I said, just tell people that you need to get through it, and apologize and say, look, I'm sorry that I said all that stuff or whatever. You were right. I was just denying the facts of this and that and the other thing. It is what it is. I'm sorry. I just want to move on from it. And I don't want to sit here and I don't want to argue about politics anymore. I don't really want to even talk about politics anymore. I just want to move on for it. And, you know, can we do that, you know? And like, again, as long as you're admitting that you're wrong about Trump and moving forward where you don't support him anymore, you don't back that clown anymore, you're going to be on the right side of it. But any support towards somebody that's just, again, very, very obviously doing illegal things. He is a criminal. He is a whole crime family. There's all this evidence. We've been sitting here talking about this forever. Everybody's been talking about it forever. It only gets worse. The facts don't change. They just get worse. More stuff happens. They get worse. Be on the right side of that. Admit you're wrong. Take that step forward. Be the better person. People will respect you. They'll look up to you. It'll change it. It'll flip it on its end. I promise. But only if you do it. Only if you do it. You have to do it. And this is the part, conveniently, the NSA and, again, we have evidence of the FBI having history of manipulating political groups and stuff like that, and people that, again, would be for or against the current president. Again, there's plenty of evidence of, them doing this, and again, we have evidence that the current administration is using the NSA and the DOJ for responsible things, for spying on citizens and stuff like that. We went through that, and conveniently after that happened earlier, and I brought up this this particular topic earlier in the stream. Even we see the views instantly go from 6 to 1, and again, as I've said, it would go down to nothing eventually, to 0, and it has. Where again, we know people are in here, people are watching and seeing, but they're just not counting it, because I am regularly sitting here refreshing, showing you that, what the concurrents are. So they just want to, they really want you guys to think that no one's watching for some reason. And again, recognize that's the psychological impact that has. By having that concurrent counter there and you thinking that there's 0 people watching, you are twice as likely to not believe the information you're given to. And so that is part of that psychological impact that they have been causing for the channel. Where I've been talking about this for a while, calling it out for a long time. Haven't changed anything about the facts. Everything's been the same. Donald Trump, he changes his mind all the time. Says one thing, says, no, I didn't say that. He lies all the time, makes stuff up. My stuff? No. It's all the same. Every time he lies, every single thing I said. Again, Trump's the guy that got rid of the Iran nuclear deal that Obama had in place. And then said we needed a deal. Okay, so things like that, like information like that, where we could just readily available pull it up and be like, yep, that's something I said, that's absolutely right. It stayed correct, it is true. It's bad. So we still see the censorship of the views, the lying, even now, where they're absolutely, obviously, again, this is talking about the guy that he's the president of the United States. He has all the power in the world, and he has to have embroidered on a hat that he was right about everything. Like, why? Again, if he was, he wouldn't sit there and have to, you know what I'm saying? He wouldn't embroider it on a freaking hat. He wouldn't have to. I think that's enough. I think enough has been said, right? I think enough's been said. And one thing I will say is that I have been documenting some pretty serious evidence of somebody really, really screwed around with my channel behind the scenes. Since I've been showing you guys all the evidence of them screwing around with it here right in front of you, after we stop the stream, trust me, there's a lot of nastiness going on where I don't even have access to my own account to change thumbnail, to get in there. Like, literally, I can't see anything. Can't see the streams half the time. Can't see the I'll show you what they've been doing lately. And again, it's conveniently when the stream should have been processing the whole time I was streaming, doesn't start until I'm finished, and then conveniently starts having all these views removed, all these things happen where I can't get in there and change anything, and yeah, interesting. So that's going on. And so I just wanted to call that out, that I have plenty of evidence of that going on too. Even, like I said, like right after the stream. So thank you guys. Thank you all for hearing me out, for watching this. A special huge thank you and shout out to 365 for being so supportive, watching my streams, and thank you again. He tells me that he watches some of these really long ones and stuff. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. Means a lot. Appreciate that. And thank you all to really everybody who's been supporting and watching too, regardless of the ridiculous censorship that we've been facing here, where we can kind of see that dwindle down to zeros, and you know, the evidence. So thank you a million times. I'm gonna go ahead and stop this here. Appreciate all of you.